Okay, time to get started. Now, I hope that I don't get interrupted here. I recently got a text from work, so hopefully that doesn't end up having to go out there. I'm actually going. No, I won't worry about it. So there's that. Oh, maybe I will. No, I won't about it. I was debating whether I was going to put a headset on, but I don't need to, so I guess I'm okay. Got my stuff set up. Hopefully I've got everything I need to make this process work, and hopefully I don't get interrupted. So let's go ahead and switch over to the making process. So I yesterday when I was getting ready for this, I went ahead and I was like, hey, let's get it all set up. And then I realized that the computer that I normally stream on, the computer I'm working on, which means that I can't just do my normal stream. So I had to modify it, and I'm now streaming from my laptop, which the hardware is a little bit less. It still works okay, but the stream layout isn't quite what I was hoping. For one thing, my maker cam is a 4K cam, but for whatever reason on my laptop, I can't get it to do 4K. So it's a little blurrier than I was hoping it'd be. Now, in the end, I'm streaming at 1080p. So it might be that it doesn't actually make much of a difference here. We'll see. But I do have a view screen here, so hopefully I can keep most things on camera without too much difficulty and be good to go. Anyway, that is where I am. So things I will be using. I've got black tubing right here. I just picked up bulk black tubing. It's what I will be using. I've also got this radiator, which cost me all of $13. It came with these fittings on it, but these fittings are 3/8 inch, or I think that's 8 millimeters. And what I needed was 6 millimeter. So I bought a 4-pack of 6 millimeter barbed fittings that still fit a G1/4, which is what these holes are. And so I bought a 4-pack of those because that was as cheap as they came. I also have some hose clamps. I just bought this kit that has a bunch of them, but it does have 10 9 millimeter. It also has 10 6 millimeter, which ended up being too small because the outer diameter of the tubing is like 8 millimeter. Once it's stretched over the barb, it's a little bit bigger. So currently on here, I have 9 millimeter, and that seems to fit pretty well. I also have a 1,000 milliliter of clear EK cryo fuel. I did pick up, so I forgot to grab myself any kind of a I'm going to actually turn this a little bit more because I feel like I'm kind of off camera over here. Okay. So I didn't pick up a little reservoir fill thing. I meant to, and I forgot to. So I had this around the house from some tie dyeing we'd been doing. So I'm actually going to take the tubing from this, once I pull it off, stretch it over the tip here, and I think I can use that to fill it with. I also have a 12-volt power supply here. Well, a multi-voltage power supply that I'm going to use to run the pump during the fill process. I picked up some cryonaut in case, some thermal grease and cryonaut in case I need to rethermal paste things, which I know I'll have to rethermal paste the CPU. I'm debating actually, I'm going to have the GPU most of the way apart anyway, so I may rethermal paste it while I have it apart anyway. But I had a little bit left, but not enough if I have to rethermal paste the hybrid cooler. I also have my iFixit kit that I got for my birthday, not a sponsor. And I've got the computer right here. Oh, I also have some tubing cutter. We actually bought this for a irrigation project we were doing, so for our sprinkling system. So I'm just going to use that because it's tubing cutter and that's what I need. And I have, this is 10 meters of tubing. I'm not going to need anywhere near that, but I have it. So I'm going to set a couple of these things out of the way while I start tearing it apart. Actually, before I do that, let's maybe I'll set that right here. Let me turn the chair and I will set this on it. Some of the thoughts that I had as I was preparing for this. So this is new to me. Oh, I also have a pair of channel lock pliers. Now they are way overkill, but I couldn't find smaller ones. What I found though is trying to use my needle nose pliers from one of my smaller toolkits to do the hose clamps. They just kept flying off, so that didn't work very well. So I ended up channel locks, massive channel locks. Anyway, I did do some stuff. So like right here, I actually measured the mass of the reservoir, both empty and full. The reason being, this reservoir, which was really cheap, did not come with any kind of mounting hardware. So I've actually put some mounts on here just with some sticky strips, and so I wanted to make sure that those would actually hold it long term. So I stuck the tubing on here to keep the water from flowing out, filled it up, and I've left it hanging. So the end result is it will hang from this hook right here on the inside of the case, and I left it hanging overnight. It seems to have held just fine. There are also no leaks coming out of the barb fittings here, so I think I'm okay on that, and that shouldn't be a problem now. I didn't want to over tighten and strip out the acrylic, so I was trying to be careful. Anyway, so what I did is I used my little kitchen scale here, and I weighted the reservoir with clips, with the little brass clips, was 130 grams. The cap weighed 10 grams, and each of the nipples weighs 8 grams, or each of the barb fittings weighs 8 grams, or 16 grams for both of them, which interestingly, and I'll show this on here. So here's one of the 1/4 inch nipples, and if you look, it weighs in at 8 grams, whereas a 3/8 inch barb fitting weighs in at 12 grams. So they are actually significantly lighter, which, you know, about 50% heavier going to the 3/8 inch. Not that it matters or anything, but I found that interesting. And then the tubing, so it looks like I have about 10 centimeters of tubing on here. I actually measured the whole coil, 10 meters of tubing, came out to be 531 grams, or about 0.53 grams per centimeter. I calculated the whole reservoir combo to come together at 156 grams. It actually came together at 156 grams. I also measured, I ended up having to put on 4 of the little brass clips for it to get to measure. And they came in at 2 grams, so each brass clip is about half a gram. In the end, with everything on, including my test tubing, it weighs 168 grams. And then when I filled it up with water, first time I filled it was 348. I actually was able to get a little bit more water in there. But if we look at the weight now, that's covering it. It actually weighs in at 353 grams. Water, clear water, pure water is 1 gram per milliliter. So I've got 353 minus the 160 is 193 grams, or 193 milliliters. Now this claims it's a 200 milliliter reservoir, so sounds like it's right on. You can see there's actually a little bit of air still in there that I couldn't get out because, well, it's hard to do. Now, could I have? Quite possibly, but I did not get it out. So there's about 193 milliliters of water in there. So it looks like they're accurate. So I actually need to, we'll leave this for now. I'm just gonna set this over here, and then I'm gonna start taking apart the PC. So I've been thinking about how I want to do this, and in fact, I'm gonna grab a little piece of paper here, which happens to be under the leg of my camera. Go figure. And we're going to, you can see my janky camera setup where I've just got the camera right here hanging from the light in order to suspend it. So anyway, we'll move that a bit. Let me grab a pen. So I was trying to think of the process I want to go through right here. And I think that first off, we're going to pool the CLC 280. maybe if I, hopefully this isn't super loud. I'm gonna move this over here. Okay, so we'll go with the process. First, I'm gonna pull the CLC through 280 and graphics card, at which point I can put the case out of the way. And then I'm going to disassemble AIOs. So there's two AIOs in here. One is a 120 millimeter hybrid cooler from EVGA. The other is a 280 millimeter or 2 times 140 millimeter EVGA CLC. So they're both EVGA. And we'll see this when we get inside. We'll disassemble those. And then we're going to, let's see. I need to get in there and I need to probably attach tubing to GPU. And I've got enough tubing that I'll probably just put some extra on there and then cut it to fit later. Attach tubing to GPU, attach tubing to CPU block. So it's an Asetek cooler, which means that the pump is built into the block. And my system's going to have 2 pumps, and I hope that doesn't end up being an issue with, too much pressure or something. I don't think it will, because I think the pumps run at a similar speed, if not the same speed. So they should just help each other push. Malzahn, attach tubing to the CPU block, and then cut and attach to radiators / reservoir. And I need to put a note on here. Put clips on tubing. Got to remember to put the clips on the tubing before I put it on. Otherwise, I'm going to end up without any clips. So do that, and then fill loop and test for leaks. And then I think at that point we're ready to reassemble and put it together. So I'll go ahead and open this up and we'll talk about the plan. I'm going to move these over here along with this and see if I can get the computer here centered under the camera. So I think I'm going to wish that I actually had the computer farther up, or the camera farther up, because this is not going to show all that well, I think, on camera. I think I'm going to end up having to move it all around on camera to get it working. Okay. So let's move this over here. So I have a Be Quiet Silent 601, which I wish I had actually bought a different case. I'm running it with the front off because the front actually creates a lot of air resistance, and I wish I had done a different case, but it is what it is. In fact, I only bought it a couple of months ago at this point, replacing my old Thermaltake V21, and I thought I did good research beforehand, but apparently I should have done better. I'm going to just kill the camera for a minute while I do this, because I think that it will actually let us see the inside of the case better. So here's my CLC 280. And if we look down here, there's tubing running up to the CPU right here. So that's one of the pumps that's going to be in the system. And then we're going to rerun this tubing. And then we've also got my 1080 Ti hybrid, which has tubing going up to this 120 millimeter. Now, one of the problems with it all is that the CPU, or the GPU, which is pushing about 300 watts with my slight overclock on it, is being cooled by 120 millimeter rad, whereas my CPU, which is all-core 4.7, is going to this giant 280 rad, and it only pulls maybe 125, 150 watts max. It's not that much. So at half the power of the GPU, it has probably 2.5 times the cooling capability, And so under heavy load, especially in gaming, my CPU is hardly getting used, frankly. My GPU is maxed out and my CPU is not that heavily loaded. So under gaming, these fans are spinning at like 1800 RPM, and these ones are only spinning at like 1100 RPM. And so then I end up just, if I were to combine the loop, I think that all of the fans could spin at something like 11 or 1200 RPM and be significantly quieter than they currently are. So these fans on the bottom here are Be Quiet Silent Wing 2s. They came with the case. And these are Silent Wing 3s, which I bought separately for actually to run on this CLC because I didn't like the fans that came on it. So I put those on. These are also Be Quiet Silent Wing 3s, only they're the 120 millimeter variant. And I put them on this because, again, EVGA's stock fans suck. In the end, I could have saved a lot of money had I bought CLCs or all-in-ones that had better fans in the first place, but I didn't. So all in all, this water cooling loop, this was about $120. The hybrid cooling capability is about an extra $100 versus a non-hybrid card. So that's about $250 worth of stuff. I spent about $100 on all the stuff that I bought separately, although not all of it's going to be completely used during this, but I'm probably into this about $350. Whereas had I purpose bought these, I probably could go cheaper. So a couple of radiators, depending on who I bought them through. Sorry, my table is really wobbly because this is just a cheap table. So it's going to be a little wobbly here. But if I look at the, $300 worth of stuff here, I probably could have saved $100 by buying purpose-built radiators. The other thing is that all of the all-in-ones, now one of the cheap things though is the fact that I'm using the all-in-one pumps means I don't have to buy a separate pump. And so that actually helps some on the cost, but I could have saved money had I bought radiators that were purpose-built for this. So this is my plan, is actually to put this right here, the reservoir. So it should just hang here from that hook. And then I've got this Velcro that I've stretched across there that I'm going to hook this hook into to kind of give it a second, oh, come on. Connect it a second place for connectivity, and just I already did this the other day and it worked. There we go. So like that, and then it will actually, the weight will be hung on that hook, and it should be the top of the loop. Now I need to, in order to fill it, I'm going to actually have to remove the top of the case here. So I gotta pull the hook up. Let's go ahead and start disassembling it. Now, one of the first things I think I actually want to do is see how hard it is to remove the top of the case here. Because that's my plan for filling the loop. And if that doesn't work easily, then I'm going to have to put the radiator a little farther, or the reservoir a little farther down, which is fine. I could do that. I want it to be as close to the top of the loop as I can for, air purposes, but it doesn't have to be right at the very top. I think it's better if it is, but obviously if you put a top-mounted radiator, so this is actually a radiator mount that comes in this case, which is one of the reasons I got the case, and then I ended up not using it because I've got the radiator on the front, but it's pretty handy. So I'll set that aside now. I'm going to go ahead and turn the camera back on. Let's see. So, and then I'm going to put these screws back in here so that they don't get lost. And I may just leave that off. I don't necessarily need it, so I may just leave it off. We'll see. Malzain. So it looks like for, see, because if I put this radiator in here, then the fill port is very near the top, right? Like we're talking, it's right up there. And so I think the easiest way to fill it will be if I just pull the top of the case off, which I have not yet done. Let's go ahead and pull the back off really quickly. The nice thing is it's got these nice just push the button in, rotate it out. I'll set that over here. And then let's see. I have actually taking this top off may not be as easy as I was hoping. Oh, you know what? I could probably just fill it from the back. If I hang it right here. Actually, you know, that may not be so bad to fill. So now that I've got that radiator cage off, now the other option is, and maybe I ought to look at this option before I go on. If I just hang it, so let's put it on camera where people can see, because it doesn't make very good video if I'm just seeing it. No, oh, my little thermistor came out. But if I hang it one lower, right there, then that actually becomes significantly easier, or I could even maybe put it like through that hole right there, and that becomes significantly easier to fill. Am I still able to, I would have to, so that hole's not gonna work because then I can't put it across this, but I could put it, move this all down a row. Let's look at that really quickly. So if I remove, where's my end of my Velcro? Right there. Okay. So if I put the Velcro here instead of there. Okay, so one of the things that I don't really like about this look, but I'm gonna go with it anyway, is if you look through there, you can very much see these white pads. The reality is my case doesn't have a side window. So in the end, the look doesn't actually matter much to me. It's the functionality I'm for. If the look mattered more, then I probably would have done like clear tubing and that kind of stuff instead of black tubing, although I have a blackout build going on, so black tubing kind of fits. But I would have done it a little differently. Okay, so maybe I'll just mount it down here. I'm afraid that's going to be too low, but it should be okay because the intakes of the radiators are down low. So we'll plan on actually putting it down one, which will make filling significantly easier. So now that I've waffled around on that and then finally decided, let's go ahead and start removing stuff. So first thing is I'm going to get this, the GPU rad off. Oh, let's move this over here. Yeah, I do not have nearly as much table space as I hoped I would end up having. I need a bigger table, but let's set this over here. So first off, you can't really see it. Let's see if I can prop this up a bit so that you can see it. Let's just go with this, since we're doing janky stuff. Okay. So now I've got 4 screws right here that I'm going to go ahead and pull off. One, actually, let's do over here. 2. Now on these, I actually have, so I have a washer and I also have a rubber washer in order to, for noise cancellation. And these actually came with the case, most of these rubber washers. I had a few that I ended up using. Okay, now let's support here. Okay, that is free now. And I can pull this out. So a little bit of dust in that, but not too bad. And then I've got a couple of fans here. So I'm actually going to leave the fans. Yeah, we'll leave the fans in here because I don't really need to disconnect them, but I do need to pull them off from over here. So let's set that down again. Pull this over here. I'll move it back. So I ran out of long screws because I connected so many fans to my radiators and I only had so many long screws. So So this fan currently only has 3 on the inside, but in the end, it's holding the weight of a, 120 millimeter fan, so it doesn't need to be super secure. Trying to get to where my arm is not blocking here, which is harder to do than it seems. Okay. Now, let's pull these screws to the side. I really ought to grab myself a little container that I can put all of these screws in, so that I don't start losing screws. Okay, so this is also, right here is the thermosistor. I've got a Corsair fan controller, and it actually uses this because it can't read the Asetek temperatures. This is what it uses to control the fan speeds. So, I've got the radiator here. Got a little bit of dust on it, but it's not horribly bad. Might pay to go ahead and clean that off before I put it back in though. Okay, and then we've got power connectors on the GPU, and obviously the retention screws that are over here. And then the GPU is free. Okay, I'm going to use the screwdriver. Way faster. Okay. Now, obviously we've got the PCIe retention down here. So I'll push down on that. And the GPU is free. So I will set that over. Let's just set that all the way over here for now. Okay, now GPU part is out, CPU is next. Again, my cable setup is not the best because this is a closed case, but I do plan, so previously this has been sideways, and I didn't care because I don't have a side panel, and that was the only way I could get these to reach. But since I'm doing custom length, I'm going to make them a little bit longer, and I will turn that so that it's, visible, or the letters read the right way if you're looking in from the side. So does it really matter? No, because it's a closed case, but I'll go ahead and do it. Let's go ahead. Oh, I was going to grab a container to put screws in. That one would work. It's already got some other stuff in it. So let's grab... I got that I can just throw some screws into. I've got something down here. Nope. Okay, well maybe I will be using that one. What about over here? Okay. I'm going to use this one after all. It's already got a few things in it, but that's okay. I don't think I'll be confused about what's what. So, put all those in there. Okay, so now, let's go ahead and move this. Maybe I can spin this around and get a better view. So I remove that. You know what? Spinning this around is probably the better idea. Okay, so first off, let's remove these screws on the inside. And that's not really enough of an angle to make a difference. Maybe if I move it a little farther. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to remove these inner fans first, the pool fans, which are also only secured by 3 screws, but that's okay. Now technically, no, except that I either have to disconnect them from the fan controller or from the radiator, or both, to do this. So we're just gonna get those. You know what I did not grab is this one apparently is connected by just 2 screws. Man, they're getting less and less screws here. Okay, what I should have, I need a bowl to put the fluids into, so I'm gonna have to go do that. And it would probably be smart to grab a bowl that I don't care if it ever has food in it again. So since, you know, I'm putting chemicals in it. Oh, I'm totally blocking. Let's do this way some. There we go. So I'm just removing fans at this point. You know, I wonder, it might actually be better if I just did that. Yeah, we'll just go with that for now, because you're not really seeing anything. So, again, I wish my camera were mounted a little higher so that you could see more than just the side, but my lamp is only so tall, and since it is mounted to my lamp... Sorry, I just got a message from work. Just a second. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so interestingly, these bottom fans are not PWM fans, which is, or okay, the top ones are. So I guess you can't see that anymore. Let me swap that. So these ones are Silent Wing 3s, but down here they're the PWM model, whereas the ones that came with the case here that are the Silent Wing 2s are not PWM. The other difference is that the ones I bought separately are the high-speed model. They top out at 1700 RPM, whereas the ones that came with the case top out at 1100 RPM. I much prefer the 1700 RPM ones because you can always run them at 1100 RPM or less, but you can never run the 1100 RPM ones at 1700. It just can't be done, right? So I made the mistake. The first fans I bought like their low speed model because I was like, oh, I want them to be quiet. And afterwards I realized, well, you know what? If I want them to be quiet, I can always run them at a lower speed, whereas I can never run them faster than they will go. So anyway, so now I always buy their high speed model and rarely have to run them at full speed, but I can if I need to. So where's this going? Okay, just a sec. I've got a cable here that I am... Ooh, don't knock over my screen. Where does it go? Ooh, that was loud. Okay, so it goes. Problem with cable management is as soon as you need to make a change. Okay. So we'll just do that then. Okay. You know, I really ought to just, you know, as much as I don't want to though. So I really ought to just pull the fans out, but I don't really want to undo. I'm probably going to end up undoing them by the end anyway. But for now, we're going to pretend I'm not going to have to do that. So I'm just taking off the CPU cooling block here. Oh, you know what I don't have is isopropyl alcohol and paper towels to clean off cooling blocks, or to clean off the cooling paste. So, oops. Okay. So, here's the thermal paste application. Looks like it was pretty decent. Let's go ahead and, I'm going to stick the cable into the thermal paste. So let's go ahead and pull this out. And now, as soon as I clean off the CPU from thermal paste, then I can move everything to the side. So I'm gonna, I'll just put this here for now. I'm going to go grab some alcohol and paper towels. I will be right back. Okay, I am back with alcohol and paper towels. So let's go ahead and clean up the CPU gunk right now. So I'm going to see if I can just set those there. I'm going to turn this because I think if I turn it, it'll be more in view of the camera. Oop. Where did that fan come from? Where's this going? Oh, that's the one that I put through here. That's right. Okay. So let's put this inside here with the other fans. Okay. So right here, CPU with cryonaut on it. So let's go ahead and totally sounds like I am selling Thermal Grizzly cryonaut. I am not, but it is what Gamers Nexus swears by, and they know their stuff. So I have started using it. I used to have, like no name, which worked fine for most everything, but with how much you actually use, spending a little extra on thermal paste is not a big deal. So there is my CPU cleaned off. Sorry, just got another text from work. Let me see. Okay. Of course, I try and do something like this and have issues at work. I'm just glad I'm not the one on call. I'm only second tier. So, that's got some dust in it. Okay. It is time to move this out of the way for now. I will just set it back over here. Okay. So, if we look at the process, number one was pull CLC and graphics card. Done. Now it's time to disassemble these AIOs. Now I am going to take a seat for this one because I don't think I need to stand. So let's see what I've got here. First off, we've got my, I needed a bowl. You know what? I have a bowl. and it should be big enough. This is my so I've got this bowl, which is already not food okay because I put cleaning or pine sol in here to strip these miniatures before I started painting them. So we're already not food safe in this bowl. So this will now be my drain bowl. Okay, now I don't, oh, you know what? I need to clean off this. Okay, let's throw that one away. We'll grab another one. Grab a little alcohol. There we go, nice and clean. Okay, so now, tap back on that. You know what? I am gonna open the window. Hopefully it's not noisy outside. Okay, so I'm debating on actually washing out this radiator. I think I'll do that once I get it all apart. Okay, now I don't care about these tubes. I've got my own tubing. If I were trying to save the tubes, then I would not do this, but I don't care. So I'm gonna have to do two things. A couple of things here on this one. I've watched a little bit on how to disassemble these, not a ton, but I'm pretty sure I've got these 4 screws right here that are necessary to disassemble. How did I get that on there? Is it just, I think it's just twisted on there. I just have to twist it the right way, I think. Come on, what's going on? Why does it not want to twist? I mean, it's been on there for a while, but looks like it wants to twist that way. Yeah, okay, I see the stop, so I've just got to twist it hard. Come on. Maybe I just have to twist it hard. Come on. Well, you know, I mean, technically I don't have to take that off. And it doesn't want to come off, so I'm just going to leave it. So I do have to take these screws off right here. Now, to be clear, if it's not clear at this point, I am voiding my warranty. Boom. I don't care. And I have about 2 years left on the warranty on this. So I am voiding the warranty in doing this. Now, again, since I don't care about the tubing in the end, because I'm going to be using my own, if all goes well. Now this is my daily driver work machine, and so this is where it's a little bit worrisome that this isn't going to work out. But I think we're going to be okay. So I'm just going to clip this. Okay. And let's go like that. Man, I need like 3 hands here. Maybe I should have gotten my kids to help here. Okay. Let's just drain this all out. Can't really see that, but fluid's draining out. And I need to pick this up now because it's starting to get... I need extra hands. You know what? We're just going to clip it all the way because I'm going to clip it all the way anyway. And that will solve my issue of needing so many hands. So, there we go. Now, if I were trying to use the original tubing, I could have done that closer to the fittings, and then I just end up with shorter fittings. But which I initially thought about doing was just like, hey, let's just use the original tubing, reroute them, but then I was able to get tubing for really cheap. So hopefully that's not a problem. I'm looking at this radiator and I'm wondering if that's going to be a problem. Most of the radiators had like soldered metal barbs. This one does not. That looks like it has plastic barbs. So I'm going to have to be super careful as I pull that apart. Otherwise, I'm going to be buying another radiator and running on a 120 mil rad in the meantime, which will not be quieter. I just got another work test. Just a second. Nope, never mind. It was just Facebook. Should have known with the noise. Okay. Let's move this around. Looks like that is pretty well drained at this point. Oh, I'm like putting it behind the other camera. Okay. Oh, you know what? I should have weighed this bowl before I started, because then I would have known. I mean, the bowl's not going to weigh very much, but if I knew how much the bowl weighed, then I could know how much liquid I got out of these. Again, water is about 200 gram, or is a gram a milliliter. Now there is, you know, some other stuff in this water, so that wouldn't be completely accurate, but it'd be close. But I didn't do that, so I may be able to find out at the very end if once I'm done, I weigh the bowl and find out the difference. Okay, so I'm going to set that right over here. And now let's drain the block/pump, which may already be drained. Nothing coming out of that. Okay, so let's go ahead and figure out how this comes apart. I'll set this over here with the radiator. So I'm going to see if I can zoom in real quick. Give me just a second, because that's going to be pretty small. You know what? I'll just hold it close. That's easier than zooming. Okay, so I've got 4 screws here on the outside. 1, 2, 3, 4 that I think I need to remove to pop this cover, which is what I need to do to get to the barbs. So let's go ahead and grab some tools here. And it looks like that's actually just a Phillips. I already have the right bit on. Look at that. Now there is no going back at this point, because anything I break is going to be broken. And hopefully I don't end up ordering another radiator because I busted the barbs on this one, because I do not see a way in which I could connect a standard fitting to that radiator. Interestingly, we'll see how the other one is. It might have that capability. Most of the all-in-ones I saw, though, were just, you know, soldered in barbs that were metal, but this one is definitely not that. That's probably where EVGA saved money in order to make it cheaper. Okay, so now I've got that off. Got some noise canceling or some noise dampening foam. And then here's the LED diffuser. Now I have seen this taken apart in one video, so this is not all brand new to me. Here's where I need a cut. That's what else I need, is a knife. Okay, I need to actually cut these, and then they should slide off. So, man, talk about unprepared. I will be back with a knife. So I feel a little bit like Phantom of the Opera right now, the Phantom's Opera, and I'm like, past the point of no return, no going back now. Anyway, so let's look here. So what I need to do is very carefully cut these barbs. Oh, that's right. So it's got this outer coating that I could probably just pull off. There we go. So this is the coating, or the sheathing. That's what I'm looking for. Makes it look nice. I can just separate that off from the actual tubing, which is this stuff right here. Let's see if I can get that close enough to the camera and get it to focus. So we're going to just slice along here nicely. These games we've played till now are at an end. Don't want to slice the plastic barb stuff. How close am I? I think I'm really close now. No. Aha. Okay, so here's the plastic barbs. I don't look like I scored it too badly. And there's the tubing that I've now cut off. I will keep that for now. Not that I'll need it for anything in the project, I just maybe for reference purposes later. Okay, next cut. Now, I do not have calipers, which I wish I did. That could be useful as I measure stuff. But with all my research, I'm relatively certain that these are 1/4 inch barbs. I did bring a ruler over, although measuring them with a ruler is not going to be all that useful. But let's look at the tubing here. So here's the end of the tubing right here. But here's the other side that I cut, right? So if I look at the diameter of it, it looks like it's about 5.5 millimeters. So 6 millimeters, 1/4 inch, looks like the right number. And then if I look at the fitting here, the inner part of the fitting is about 5 millimeters. And the outer part of the barb is 7 millimeters. Now my tubing is actually 6.5 millimeters on the interior, which I would be a little worried if I didn't have clamps, because that's a little bit on the big side of 1/4 inch, but I think I will be okay in the end. Okay, so that is now disassembled. How about the radiator? Out of curiosity, I'm actually going to zero that out. You can't even see that. Let's throw a little light on the subject. 245. So I would guess I've got about 200 milliliters of water in there, give or take, depending on how much that bowl weighs. So about 200 milliliters. I'll put that back over here. And it is time to do the same thing on these radiators. So I've got this little collar here. And my guess is I want to cut that collar up and see what's underneath it. And then it's probably just tubing underneath there. So we're going to start. Maybe I am going to zoom in my camera because I feel like I'm having to lift it up a lot. Where's the mouse? There's the mouse. I don't like this mouse. It is way too sensitive, but we will make do. Okay, let's go ahead and zoom it in. Oh, wrong camera. I'm just going to control the wrong camera, which is not going to help matters at all. Okay, configure video. Okay, let's do something like that. Okay, so that should be a little easier to see now. And then I am going to, first off, try and slice this little collar thing. Hopefully this collar thing isn't like integral to these barbs, because that is a distinct possibility as I look at it. Yeah, I'm not so sure this is going to work. I may be purchasing a different radiator here and, you know, making do with a different cooler short term. No, that is separate. Okay, that is separate from this, from that. I should have watched a tutorial on this. I watched lots of things in preparation for this, but I did not watch anything in relation to that. Okay, so that is now separate. Okay, so if I want to throw that up, okay, let's do that. Okay, let's just do the same on this other one. My neighbor has fired up his El Camino. He takes it for a drive about once a week. He has done a bang-up job on it, but I'm not sure if the rumbling is coming in over the microphone, but I can hear it. Nope, we'll put that over there for now. And then I just want to cut down this a little bit. Yeah, we're okay. This is going to work. No new radiator necessary. Hey, it even has metal. Yes. Okay. So these are metal barbs on this one. It just has like a plastic coating back here. Now I definitely would not be able to swap that out with different barbs. So, but it is what I think, what I was expecting in the end. Maybe I did watch a video on tearing this down. But as I got to doing it, I was like, I don't know if I did. Okay, so we now have clean barbs here, clean barbs here. Now these two are not going to go directly together. You know what? I'm gonna go rinse this with water. Really, you know what? Let's get the other radiator torn apart, and then I'll go rinse them both with water. It shouldn't take too long for them to dry. I live in a pretty arid environment, so the drying time should be very simple. I'm gonna set these to the side now, and it is now GPU time. Now this is the really fun one because, well, besides the fact that this just isn't available anymore, you know, if I wanted to buy a replacement 1080 Ti hybrid, I might as well buy a 2070 Super, or wait a bit and buy a 3070 Super, or, you know, 3080, or whatever the case is. 3070, I guess, is the one that would be replacing it. So let's start with the shroud here. That is too big, so we will go smaller. And actually, at this point, I ought to put on my nerd strap, my nerd bracelet, because I do not want to fry my board. So I'm gonna just clamp it here, and then throw it on. Let's throw it on this arm. Okay, actually, because it's stretchy, I should be able to just adjust it, clamp it in, and then slip it on. Okay. Nerd bracelet applied. Okay. So let's go, where did I put that screwdriver? Oh, there it is. I rolled underneath. Okay, so I think in order to get the shroud off here, I want to pull all these little screws. Now this is where I probably want a different holder. Dang, I really should have prepared better for this. I'll be back. I am back. Ow. Keeps dinging every time I do that. Okay, I'm back. And I brought 2 different containers with me. So I should not be short on containers anymore. So let's start a screws container for the GPU. Move that over there. That in. Now, I don't have to go all the way into this, although if I want to re-thermal paste, I'm going to end up going a little bit deeper. You know what? I should start out like I did. I don't need this. I'm going to cut it off anyway. Okay, so let's actually get over here with this. And we are going to get somewhere in the middle here. I will... It is so hard to keep things on camera here. I'll need more practice. Okay, so this is going to no longer be needed. We'll just pull it all the way off, and I will actually put it in there. Okay, so I'm just going to clip it right here. And I just heard a nice hiss telling me that it was well sealed still. Okay, set that to the side. Let's drain this radiator. Okay. Okay, well, that radiator is now drained. We'll set it over here. And now for the GPU. Oop. my nerd bracelet is hanging over there. I'm not even using it. Okay, so now that I've drained both of those, let's go ahead and put the water back over here. Out of curiosity. So it was about 200 milliliters before. So let's set this on the screen here where you can all see it. And then we'll go right here. And we are now at 340, so we're probably about 300 milliliters. So that radiator probably had about another 100 in it. I really am at the point of no return here, because I'm about to trip on myself with these hoses. We don't want to do that. As much as I'd like to feel like I wet my pants, I don't really want to. So now that those are there, that should make this process a little less cumbersome. So let's go here and here. So I'm just taking off these edge ones that look like they connect into the shroud, because that's what I'm really interested in taking off right now is the shroud. Now I could be wrong and there's more of them that connect. Oh, come on. Get on. Than I think. But now, in the end, I could have saved money. I am glad because a full water block for a GPU is like $100, right? Now this GPU doesn't actually have one available for it, so I'm out of luck on that. But a full water block is about $100. So the money that I spent getting the hybrid card is not a complete waste because it already has the water block necessary. Now the hybrid card doesn't cool the VRMs with the water cooler, so it's not a complete cooling solution. Is that? Looks like I've still got some connected. That is definitely, you know what? I bet I could pop off the end here. Anyway, it's not a full solution, the VRMs, but the VRMs don't get super hot, and it does have a fan that hardly spins. Under load, it does spin up just a little bit, but hardly. I mean, it is so low speed that compared to everything else, it's not very much noise. Now, maybe as other noise levels go down, then it will become more noticeable. So I've got to take these to, you know what? I'm going to regret this because that doesn't actually, I thought it might make it easier, but it doesn't actually have to come off. So let's those back in. Anyway, so the nice thing is the hybrid card already has the RAM and the GPU connected to the water block that runs here, which means I don't have to buy that part. Now it also means that I have to, you know, with this whole project, just like with the CPU cooler, it also has a pump included too. So I'm actually going to have, again, 2 pumps in the system. So in the end, there should be enough pump, despite both of them being, you know, not the highest performing pumps. They should be more than adequate for what I'm looking at to push this water through 2 radiators, since each of them was already pushing it through a radiator. So these, I think, just hold down these accent plates. So I don't think those are necessary to come off. Yeah, I'm definitely getting some movement on the shroud now. I think I really just have these last 4 screws that I was taking out before I decided I was going to do everything else. I think I just got a little bit, yeah, the table was just a little bit damp from all of that. So, anyway, so that saves me the cost of a water block. Now, EVGA, and I think others do also make a version of their GPUs that already have a water block applied and would probably cost me about the same. They cost about the same amount as this one that already has the AIO. So in the end, I got, you know, the pump and the radiator for that cost. But again, the radiator is only 120 mil, which is not enough for the amount of heat. I mean, okay, to be clear, it keeps the GPU cool. It really does. It just is louder than I would like. I missed a screw right here. And so it's not that my GPU gets hot. It runs at like 59 degrees under load. And I can actually bring that down a little bit if I ramp the fans up more. But my problem is it's louder than I'd like. Not that it doesn't keep the GPU quiet enough or cool enough. It's that it doesn't do it quietly enough. Okay, so why is that not separating there? Do I have any screws in the side here? Trying to drip some more. I wonder if I like wrap these in paper towels. You know what? I'm tired of it. We're gonna do that for now. So I'm gonna put a paper towel like this, and then I'm gonna take this Velcro that I handily have from the GPU. I'm gonna wrap it up. Now it should stop dripping. So what is still holding that down? These should not be holding it down. Actually, you know what? It might just be memory pads. Thermal. Oh, nope, right here. Tamper resistant. Okay. Guess what? Nope, that one is not small enough. I've got one more screw that's holding it down. Right here under the tamper evidence seal. There we go. Well, now they know I got into it. I actually have about 6 months left on the warranty on this card, and so there was a part of me that debated on waiting 6 months before I did this mod. But there was another part of me that was just wanted it to be quieter now, so I went with that part of me. Oh, off camera again. Okay, so now I think the shroud, yeah, okay. Every time I see shroud, I think of the streamer. Anyway, so we've got this shroud that is definitely separating at this point, and I think it just kind of slides underneath this lip, which is why I was thinking about taking that back plate off, but it's not strictly necessary, and I think that it just would cause more things that I have to put back together. Okay. At least I don't think it's strictly necessary. Maybe I'm going to wish I had. I watched Gamers Nexus take this apart and they didn't have to. But it is kind of a tight fit under there. I will say that. No screws, right? No screws. You know what? We're doing it. We're going to take it apart. We're going to take it off. So, back to this. Totally waffling. But it's a learning process here. So, in preparation for this, I did take some readings both on temperature, and then I also hooked up my microphone at max gain, and I recorded some audio in Audacity, which, you know, at max gain doesn't actually represent how much noise I hear, but it gives me a baseline so that I can run some tests afterwards and see how the noise levels are. Now, it's far from perfect. Like, it's much earlier in the day than it was yesterday. When I ran the tests, my office here was a little bit warm, so that's going to affect things. But the reality is, I'm hoping that the difference is significant enough that it's not too hard. You know, it's 10 decibels difference or something, not 2 or 3, so that it's easy to tell the difference. Okay, so got that. There is a little power connector right here. My assumption is that's actually the fan connector. It could be the LED connector though, so let's go ahead and off. It is the LED connector. Okay, so here's the shroud. We've got the LED connector right here. Apparently, we also have an LED control. Is that why I can't control the LED? Because that was never connected? I've tried multiple times to change the color of this LED, and I'm wondering if that's why it never worked. But maybe not. Because here we've got this, and then this actually says, so it looks like that's just a power connector, and then it says LED controller. So does that mean that I could just connect it to something else in order to control that LED? That would be interesting. Okay, anyway, that shroud is now out. I will set that over here, out of the way. Okay, now here is the VRM cooling and the fan that does that, which again, there's not much heat. And then there's also, if you look right here, this is actually the copper plate that makes contact with the RAM and then sinks it back, and we'll get to this more in a minute, actually sinks it back to the GPU cooling, which on that note, I will be taking this apart more. I was debating on whether I actually needed to go that far and would need to use the thermal paste, but the answer is yes, I do, because I want to get to these, and it's going to be significantly easier to do. So I still need, I'm going to connect to that because that should give me some kind of a ground. Hey. Just a sec. Just a second. Okay, sorry. My wife found my lost pen. It's been gone about a month now, and I couldn't figure out where it was. Apparently, it was in the seat of the car, the driver's seat of the car. Fell out of my pocket there, and hopefully it didn't leak too horribly badly, but we'll see. Anyway, nerd strap back on, nerd bracelet. I need to remove these 4 screws, and then I will be ready to take it off. I think it's this bit I was using. You know what? I'm going to actually see if I can zoom in a little bit more, because it's still... Oh, wrong mouse. Come on. Sorry. This mouse is... Okay, let's come over here. This mouse is like super sensitive and hard to use. So I'm not a fan of it. I am definitely not a fan of it. But it was wireless, so I decided, oh, my zoom went out again. That's why it's so small, why everything is so not zoomed in, because it's not zoomed in. Okay, so let's go back to that. Okay, so we've just got these 4 screws right here, and then the all-in-one pump slash cooling plate will come off. And I'm just going to try and do this evenly. There should be springs underneath them that keep the pressure on as I loosen it. I wonder if I can do this more from the side so that there's no... Oh, that one's out. Okay, there's my GPU screws. And then we'll go crosswise. That one's out. And we'll do this one, and this one, that one's out, and that one's out. Okay, screws are out. So now, the only thing holding it on there should be thermal paste. So oh, and there we go. Didn't even hold it on there very, oh, that makes sense. Okay, so this pump, come on. There we go. So here's the power wire from the pump, and it's actually coming down here to that. So I need to, oh, I set it on top of my bracelet. Okay, so I actually need to disconnect this one and then pull it from the board. And then it looks like it's got a little strip of tape that hopefully I can reuse. And I just stuck my thumb into thermal compound. Okay, so part of this is I was actually wondering whether my thermal compound was also wearing out, and I'm getting thermal compound all over everything. But it actually looks like it's still in pretty good shape. I will be replacing it because I've got it apart, but it actually looks like it was in decent shape. So, sorry, another message. Work again. Okay, I'll put that here where I can see it more easily. Anyway, so this thermal paste looks a little fried maybe, like it's not very liquidy, so that's probably not bad to replace anyway. But what's on the GPU actually looks fairly decent, so you can see that it was originally silk screened on there. But this is actually, the way it's milled is that this lower portion makes contact with the GPU, and the upper portion, this upper circle, makes contact with that copper plate right there. So now it's time to clean off some paste. Oh, sorry, I'm like cleaning this off screen here. So, okay, that's looking pretty good. I'll hit it with alcohol in a second. And then so this is just a rubber grommet that holds around the tubes to make it, seal up better and look nicer. Okay, that is definitely some dried out paste, which makes sense because that paste probably actually keeps air from getting into the other paste. So it's going to dry out faster than the paste that's on the actual chip itself. And got some paste that fell down there. Nice thing is it's going to be non-conductive paste because they wouldn't be using conductive paste. Okay, so, and then let's get that off. Look at that. Nice shiny GPU. Now to be clear, that is the actual graphics processor unit, or the GPU. So let's clean up some of this mess. And then it's going to be alcohol time after I answer this. Sorry, work stuff, just a second. I'm really hoping I don't have to cycle over to work stuff. Because for one thing, my workstation is currently apart. So, there's that, which means I would have to use the laptop that I'm currently streaming on and end the stream. It also means that I would get set back on my plans to have this together by, noon or so. So, I'm a little bit worried. So if we look right here, there's a little bit of paste there, but again, it should be non-conductive, so it should be okay. But I was hoping to maybe get it to, at least separate a little bit. And it doesn't seem to want to. Again, it should be okay. Okay, now. Come on, go away. Got Citrix Receiver reminding me that there are updates available, which I don't care about. Okay, there we go. So now, when it's all said and done, I'm going to be spreading thermal paste around all of this, some and then around the edge so that it makes contact with the plate there and cools the memory as well. So I think I can set the GPU aside for now. Let's go ahead and move this over there. Means I can also take my bracelet off for now. Okay, so now I've got tubes on both of these that need to come off. Should be a very similar process to what I did before. That can be thrown away now. Where'd my little... Just putting my tweezers away because I don't currently need them. Okay, so knife time. Let's, you know what? Let's start with the GPU block here. So this is what powers the fans, but I don't actually use that. I use a separate fan controller. Yes, Charlie? Kids fighting over who gets to pick a show. So there we go. Okay. I can put the alcohol away for now. Okay. So it looks like this has those same collars that the other one had on them. I'm pretty sure that's all it is. It's just a collar. Yep, it moves separately. Okay, so one collar should be free. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Disadvantage of doing this on Saturday morning is there are more interruptions than there would have been last night, but I did not want to be doing this while I was tired, so didn't want to end up, midnight and I'm still trying to figure the thing out and my computer's still broken. So there we go. Now I'm going to cut these hoses just like I did the others. Okay, one hose is off. Interestingly, I'm already feeling more comfortable and being less careful than I was on the first one, which means I'm also more likely to break it. So let's not get too comfortable here. There we go. I think that's separated enough that it should come off the barb. Okay, those hoses are off. Let's grab a paper towel here. Good thing I went and grabbed paper towels because I'm using them a lot. Okay. So we've got the EVGA pump / cold plate combo. There we go. That one is now ready to get new stuff on it. Radiator time. Again, same collars. Let's separate these collars. Let's see if I can angle that just a bit. Oh, you know what? I should be doing it this way. I have way easier access to those barbs if I do it this way. I am shaking. There we go. Collar 3 of 4. Oop, that was a sudden jump. I need to support myself better so I don't cut so suddenly. Okay. 4. Now cutting the tubing off. we go. There we go. Boom. Okay. So now I have 2 radiators, a GPU block, and a CPU block. So at this point, I should be good to start reassembly. So looking at my quick plan I made, where's my quick planning card? Where did I put my quick plan card? You know what? It's right here. Okay, so on the to-do list, there is my, okay. So, check. Check. Number 3 is attach tubing to GPU block. Got a different message. Just a second. I've got a friend emergency. I'm gonna go on break for a bit. I will be back. Okay, well that was a bigger break than I thought it was going to be, but I am back. And I went ahead and took the opportunity, just a sec, let me turn these off, to wash out the radiators. They were pretty dusty, so I went ahead and washed them out so that they are clean and should not go back into the new system or the new build dirty. So, if we look back at my list, I put attached tubing to the GPU as the next. So one of the things that I want to do really quickly, and I'll just use this for it, is if I look at my runs, I don't think I'm going to have anything much over 30 centimeters. So I should be able to just cut tubing to like 30 centimeter lengths and then be able to trim it later as necessary. So let's go ahead and, where am I? So this is the one that I clipped before. I'm not super impressed with that. I may actually see if I can straighten it out before I do anything else. So I gotta turn it this way. Got this. Just gonna clip it. It may be that these clippers just aren't gonna get a better straighter. Oh, that was much better. Okay. Oh, also, so this is all of the leftover tubing. That's all done, obviously. So let's grab. One of the things I wanted to remind myself is to get the clamps on first. Oh, LinkedIn. No LinkedIn. Okay, so these are the 9mm. Pull this over. So these are the 9mm diameter ones. So I'm just going to grab 2 of them actually. I'm going to go 1. Oh, I'm off screen. So 1, 2. I debated on actually like marking these up with marker and blacking them out, but in the end it's a closed case, so I don't think it's going to matter too much because nobody's going to see it. So one of the things that I really wish I knew is which one is the intake and which is the exhaust. So I'm going to have to figure that out later because, well, it's going to matter. So let's go ahead and I should just be able to push that on there. Hopefully I don't break any barbs. And also hopefully the, you know what? I meant to have a tub of hot water to heat this up a little bit in the process. But let's see if it's going to go on. It's going. We're good. I think for the next one, I am going to go get that tub of hot water. These clamps back here are kind of digging into my hand a little bit. I placed them badly. Okay, now that that's on there, I'm going to go ahead and move this. And I'm going to put it on the outside. Now, these ones will definitely be covered by the shroud anyway, so what they look like doesn't even matter, but that's on there pretty well. So now that I finally returned, I'm going to go grab a tub of hot water. I'll be back. Okay, I am back. And I have hot water. So, I've got a tub of hot water here with a lid. Now, I've got the one end on here, and I was thinking, let me actually, sadly you guys can't see this. Actually, I don't want to. Okay, we're going to go off what I measured before. So I measured about 50 centimeters, or 30 centimeters, being the length I was going to need for this, which would be about that. And then I'm going to add some more in there. I'm just going to, you know what? I'm going to like go to 50 because, not to 50, because I've got a lot of tubing. I got about 10 meters and well, I've got 2 runs from the GPU, 2 runs from the CPU. Let's see, radiator to CPU, CPU to radiator, radiator to GPU, GPU to radiator, radiator to reservoir. 1, 2, 3, 4. Got 5 runs, which means at 50 centimeters a piece, that's only 2.5 meters, or a quarter of the tubing I have. So I should be fine on tubing. Okay. Now I've got a newly cut end here. This is where my hot water is going to come in. And I am going to soak that for a bit to get it to the temperature to rise and to expand and be more pliable. So once I get that done, then I will go ahead and slide it onto the next. Oh, I almost forgot. Do not forget. I'm going to slide these ones farther down so that they're not biting into me. Now the other thing the water will do is if it's slightly wet, I think it'll also lubricate it to slide it on a little more easily. Although, in the end, probably won't matter too much. Get that on there, and then slide the clamp over, and then at that point, it's time to do the CPU block. All right. Oh, actually, I probably ought to reassemble the GPU at that point, which I left off my list for. Didn't think about that part being on there. This is definitely easier with a little warmth in the tubing. There we go. I'll go ahead and get rid of the extra water there. And throw that on there. Now I need to cut another 50. Where is my lid? Lid on that. Now, and okay, it's time to just cut this because it's just going to get in the way. There's my knife. Can I just untie it? I can just untie it. Let's just untie it. No need to cut it when I can just untie it. Then I can reuse it when I'm done. Just like knives, just like ropes in the medieval ages. Why would you cut it when you can just untie it? That's the whole point of a knot, right? Okay. Especially when it was as easy to know as that is. Okay. So about that long. Boom. Now, for curiosity's sake, I want to see how much this weighs. So I've got the block and the tubing that's attached to it. So I'm going to put this maybe something like that. Gotta get it to balance on here. 264 grams. Okay. I am going to record that because I am interested to know what the end weight is. All is said and done. So let's put this over here. Grab a notebook. So 268 grams, actually, 67. 267. So we will say GPU block tubing and clamps was it 267 grams? I think it's 267 grams. Let's check again. 267 grams. Or, for those freedom units out there, just over half a pound. 9 3/8 ounces. Although I found it is not, because it's going in like eighth ounce increments, it's not nearly as accurate on ounces. So I wrote down GPU block tubing and clamps, 267 grams. Let's actually put in, because I already know this, reservoir fittings and clamps. I already have that from my other measurements. Is 156 grams. Okay. Set that aside now. Have it recorded for posterity. Now it's time for a CPU block. Now, looking at the case, so the CPU block is going to go 30 centimeters to the radiator and like 15 centimeters to the back, or 30 to the radiator, or 15 to the radiator and 30 to the reservoir. So you know what, we're just going to do another 2 lengths of 50. And I'm going to cut these before I start putting them on, because I think that's going to be easier. Okay, so that's about 30. Oh, you know what, I should use the edge of my tail here. So I've got 30 and 20, so about here. About right there. Flip that around. So that's about 50 centimeters of tubing. And then I can use that one to measure this. Okay. So I'm just going to spin around really quickly. So I've got one from the GPU to that radiator, one from the CPU to that radiator, CPU to there. So I just need one more length, and that should be all of my runs. Okay, now I will set this to the side. And now that I've got 3 more, let's go ahead and start heating them up, or at least 2 of them. So the third one, I am not going to hook in until I know some more info. So let's go ahead and put those in. We'll get these on clamps. Clamps are important. So I'm down to the last of my clamps at this point. This is 4, but I've actually got 2 already on the reservoir, which means that, you know, it's going to be 5 runs. I have 10 clamps. I'm going to have just enough clamps. Good thing I didn't get any less. Let's go ahead and put some clamps on this while it's heating up. Oh, that's totally off camera. Slide this over here a little bit. They are soaking. And I am putting clamps on. Okay. So now, I'll take this one. I'm going to dry it off because I don't want to drip on these circuit boards and stuff. On the outside. And then I will slide it on right there. For a second, I thought I forgot the clamp. Okay, so now let's move this aside. So I've got a clamp on this hose already that's all the way over here. So I will bring it around like that. Now, interestingly, I'm not quite sure where it's going to need to go to clear stuff inside of here. So we've got limited space in here, but I think that's probably okay. Because if we look, it's pretty much just an open shell. And so where that clamp is should be fine. So let's go ahead and do this. Dry that one off. Push it down. And then my neighbor's getting home with his car. Can you hear that rumble? No, it's not coming through. Okay, well, there's a rumble in the background from a Chevy small block. So, okay. So now I've got both of those on there. I'm tempted to actually turn it just a little bit more. You know what? I'm going to do that. Put them a little bit more towards the center. And if I actually rotate this out, then I can turn it. And then when I rotate it back, then they'll be towards the center. So now, here's where I need to figure out where the outlet is. And I also need to figure out how I'm going to mark the outlet. So I've got a 12-volt power supply over here. So my plan was to just run it. My guess is that we've got 3 pins. One's going to be for a sensor and one's going to be power positive and power negative. So let me just really quickly Google power connector or fan, 3-pin fan, pin out. Let's see what we've got here. Okay, so if we look at this, yep, okay, so on this connector, we've got 3, 2, 1, right? Number 1 is ground, so that's actually, okay, so this side is ground, this side is positive. Okay, easy enough. So if I grab, I wonder if I have what I have that I could put down in there. I was thinking about a paper clip, but I never did grab one. So if only I had a paper clip, huh? Now, you know what? I could just do this. Let's see if I can just do this. Because I don't have any alligator clips on these. Do I have any alligator clips? Anything with alligator clips? Power cable. Those are way too big. Okay, well, we'll just have to make this work then. Maybe. So I'm tempted to use this. Well, let me go grab some strippers. Okay, back with some strippers. So I'm thinking that I can take this right here, strip off, cut it, strip off. Ooh, kind of. Oh, damn it, I just stabbed myself. That was not such a good plan. Okay. Like I might just be pulling this whole sheathing off, although it's like, now that it's slid some, it's like, no, I'm not going to slide the rest. There we go. Okay, something like that. So that should be small enough to go into here. Yeah. Now I've got something that I can connect with. And we'll clip this. Strip that. Come on, where's my camera? Not very good at keeping stuff on camera. Definitely need some practice. Okay. So now, got this. And if I look at that connector, this one's negative, this one's positive. So, I wonder, trying to decide if there's actually an easy, oh, I'm gonna have to take these off, come to think of it. Because I've got to slide them over this. I'm gonna put them through here. And I did it backwards. Let's try that again. So I did it exactly backwards of what it needed to be. Wait, it needs to be this way. So the tubes need to go through this way. Okay, so now that goes over like that. Is it going to clear okay? I'm going to run into those. I think we're going to be just fine. Oh, the foam. Well, we'll come to that. I wanted to get that on there. So, the real question is, can I make this run? Bring it up to like, I'm just going to bring it up to like 4 volts or something. Okay, so now I'm going to move this out of the way briefly. And I've got these connectors here. So this one is negative, and this one is positive. So let's go ahead and put this here and that there. Hold it there. That may not be enough. Am I right? Test voltage, output. I wonder if I'm actually positive. Maybe 4 is not enough to power it. Is it a PWM? Well, if it is, then it should just run it. I'm wondering if I can't just run this thing off 12 volt. Or maybe I just have them backwards. Oh, you know what? I should look that up. What is the voltage supposed to be? Either 12 or 5. Okay, so if it's running on the 5, Okay, let's try 5 here. Don't hear anything. Okay. I was thinking that my 12-volt supply would make this way easier. But maybe it doesn't run without any USB. Let's see. What does that say? Ground, power. Oh, it says power is in the middle? And TAC is on the side. Oh, wait. Okay, so if I look at that. Okay, so it's saying that. Okay, let me look at that again. I think I've got it backwards. Oh, see, and this one actually says. This one says it's in the middle. So let's see, that would be here. Yep, that's definitely what it is. Okay, so that's doing something. Okay, so I had it absolutely backwards. Okay, or wrong, whatever the case is. Okay, so now I'm just going to run some of this coolant through it. I wonder if I could clamp. Let's see. Let's take you all the way down. I'm going to find a couple of binder clips. See if I can clamp those together. Those might be strong enough right there. Okay. Man, talk about janky over here. Okay, so if I grab this power and I go negative, and I put a nice little clamp on it. Come on. Okay, there's my negative. Do the same thing in my positive. Sadly, this is going to be off. If I move that, I guess I can do it back on screen. And it's out. Okay, what do I have? On there. Well, maybe I'm just going to have to get this. Can I just run these in? That's not going to work. I don't have any connectors with alligator clips. Should have thought about this part of it more. Here, I'm just gonna. It's gonna be a. Got power, but it's coming to these. What do I have that I can connect it to? Oops, I need. You know what? All I'm really trying to do is figure out which one's intake and exhaust. I guess that can come later. That might actually have to come later. No, I want to find out because I need to know. Okay, so we're just gonna have to go with the super janky solution here. I'm gonna get these all put back into where they need to go. I wonder if I ought to put them through the middle so that they. Okay, so bring this around, and those cables go underneath here. This comes down over the USB port. Well, I think that this is actually reversed from what it needs to be. I think that this one has to go on the bottom, and this one has to go, maybe not though. Let's get those lined up. Don't think it's getting past the clips. Clips might be getting in the way. No, okay. So I've actually got to get... Okay, so the problem is the place that I'm running the cables is actually getting in the way of come on, focus camera. Right here. Okay, so right here is where the screw goes in, so I've got to run the cables around where the screw goes in. There. Okay. Let's get that run in there. Maybe if I start with the narrower one and then go to the fatter one. Not want to go that last little bit. I don't think it's the clamps themselves that are getting in the way. I think it's just cables here that are getting in the way. So maybe if I run the cable underneath the clamp and underneath the clamp, kind of hold them out of the way, and then run that. And then that needs to stay out of the way of that as well. But then there's that screw hole right there, so I can't just run it straight. Right. Am I confused? I'm not confused. That's where it's supposed to come out. Interestingly, there's a, almost like it was originally planned to go right there. It's much easier to run the cables. Wonder why they decided to go with this route. you know what? I think that's all the way down. I think I'm just confused. Is that all the way down? I think it is. Okay, let's find out. Screws. And apparently I put, nope, those are all GPU screws. So, where did my CPU or my other screw bin go? Right here. Okay. So here's one of the screws. Let's see if it goes through and makes contact. Screwdriver. Screwdriver. Driving from a screw or something. That's why it's called screwdriver. Okay. I think that's doable. Sorry, I just realized I am not being truthful on Twitch here. Okay. So, got 2 screws in, the third one in here. And there should be one more right here. Okay. Now, let's try my janky mod here. I'm going to change this to about 5 volts. And, oh, that one came out. It needs to go back in there. So this one is negative. And this one is positive. Totally working. I didn't put the... I forgot to put the foam back in. The noise reduction foam. Where did I even put it? Oh, here it is. This foam. I forgot to put it in. So, how worthwhile is it? We're going to pretend that it's really worthwhile and we're going to do it again. Maybe it doesn't actually make much of a difference, but we're going to assume that it does. And we're going to put it back in. Cliffhanger, hanging from a cliff. That's why he's called Cliffhanger. Okay, so I will throw this around. Oh, all the screws fell out, of course. Okay, like this probably doesn't even make that much difference, but you know what? They put it on there, we'll put it on there. Might be easier if I put this. It is. Stuffing it down in here will be a lot easier than trying to get it to just stay on it there. Okay, so I'm going to bring it back around. Now there's this one right here. It has to have a screw go through it. And the cables go around it. Okay, and I think we are good on that one. Okay. Wow, the second time putting it back together was way faster, so I think I lost too much time. Sadly, I might end up having to take a lunch break here in a little bit. Maybe we can get the GPU and CPU back in, just not have the loop all connected. Okay. Now, just to verify that it still works, let's go ahead and 5 volts. Yep. Should put the power in the center. So definitely works. I can hear it spin up even if you cannot. Okay. So we now have that put back together. And then before I forget and hook it up without these, let's slide some hose clamps on. Or the other one right here. Okay. So we've got that with modified tubing back together. Now it's time to do the same. Oh, actually, the GPU one is already done. I do need to test it though. So we've got 2 cables coming in. One is going to be the power, and I don't actually know which one is which. So we're just going to, 5 volts, assuming that that's what it wants. Apparently that was not enough. Or else I got it backwards. I don't think that's the case. I'm not sure how I would tell which way is which. Oh, you know what? I could maybe look at the board. Okay. Let's see if the board tells me anything. So here's the connector right here. Right? Yeah, that's the connector. It doesn't actually tell me anything. Although there are 4 that go here. Okay. So if I look at the way it's connected, only 2 go to the pump. So it's got to be see anything on there? Does not. So I'm wondering if these are just 12 volt power, and that's why it didn't like it. YS and M2, huh? It's the only markings I see on there. And those are associated with the ones I want. YS and M2, huh? Now I bet that it's supposed to be 12 volt. Oh, there we go. Nope, it's the other way around. Okay, so this one is negative. Let's see if I can get this on camera. And then that one is positive. Not contacting. There we go. Come on. And it spins up. Okay, now if only I knew which way was positive and negative. So this one's ready to go as well. I think it's probably time to put the GPU back together. Let's turn the power off, because I know that works. I need some thermal paste, and I need a GPU, and I need a little space. So let's clean up. Clean up some mess here. This can go away for now. The hot water can have a cover put on it for now. Okay. So, if we go thermal based, here. So I think it will be easier to put it on this than put it on the cold plate over here, because I'm not going to know how much of the cold plate it covers, but I will know how much, I need to put on here. So let's start with the tough part. Now normally I wouldn't spread the paste out, but in a GPU application, and in this case where I really don't know, I need to make sure that it's on there. Maybe I just need to go. Well, it's a good thing I got another tube. I probably didn't need to get the big tube because that just got most of it. Now it's time for the big boy. So I went ahead and bought the big tube of Cryonaut because I was like, did I just dump it out already? Oh, here we go. Because I was like, well, I don't know how much I'm going to need. I knew I had to go all the way around this. So it was only, I looked at the different sizes of Cryonaut tubing they had, or yeah, Cryonaut tubes, and I was like, well, I don't know how much I need. And so I decided I would go big rather than going home. Okay, now I'm also going to put some, let's see, on the GPU here. And again, normally with a CPU, that is probably more than I need, but I'm going to err on the side of too much. Okay, so now, hopefully, I've got good connectivity all around. This needs to go, well, the tubes need to go this direction. So I'm going to move that out of the way. But it needs to go like this. Now, I'm actually having a hard time holding these tubes out of the way. Oh, you know what? I should just line up the holes, huh? There we go. Now I should know, once I fire it up, whether I've got good conductivity, because my temps will reflect that. So, hopefully I don't have to take this back apart and re-thermal paste anything. One. Two. Three. 4. Oop, we're gonna knock off the lid. Okay. So now let's go ahead and get this in here. Tighten these down. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Now this is probably more excessive than I need to be about trying to keep it even. That one bottomed out. That one bottomed out. That one bottomed out. And that one bottomed out. So let's just a little bit more on each of them. I want to crack a GPU die. And make sure I've got good contact. Okay. Before I lose it, I'm going to put the cry knot back in the cry knot bag so it's in a bigger container. Okay, so now we've got the cold plate back on, and then I need to run. Now this is where I almost feel like I want to, you know what, it's okay. Okay, so I'm going to rely on the CPU pump to bleed everything. So let's go ahead and get this connected. Okay, so there we go. You're good on that front. Oh, but I still need to know, dang it, I still need to know which way it flows. I wonder if there's a way to find that out. Now, if I looked at, because these are both Acetec pumps, right? So they're going to be very similar. I feel like I've got to run it so I can know them. I've got to run it. Okay, so let's grab this old coolant, which sadly has some floaties in it that it did not have in it before. Okay, we're going to do... I don't want floaties in my microfins. I'm going to grab distilled water. So I am going to use some distilled water, since this now has floaties in it. We'll just leave it over here for now. Okay, so distilled water. Nice, cleanish. Cleanish. I don't know how clean it is in the end. Okay. Clean Tupperware. You know what? I ought to reuse the one that I've already ruined and can't be used for food instead of ruining another one. So, go dump this. Okay, so back with a now empty non-food bowl. Okay, let's put some distilled water in it. I don't want to use my coolant for this, but I want stuff that's safe to use in a microfin arrangement or in a microfin. So now comes the moment of truth. Okay, so if I take this and I'm going to have to unplug this again. Okay, so it was negative over here and positive over here. Oh, I guess I better turn some voltage on, huh? Otherwise nothing's going to happen. Okay, let's get this more in shot here. I'm actually going to zoom out just a tad, because I feel like I'm having a hard time keeping it in frame because there's too much going on. So let's go, come on. Phone camera again. Let's try this again. I was like, why is it not zoomed? Because it should be zoomed. Sort of like, and my laptop. Okay, let's go something like that. Yeah, I should be a little easier to keep in frame. I'm not dropping a lot of frames because my laptop seems to be. Nope, I'm not. Okay. Okay, so now, let's see if I can do the same thing that I did on that one. Where are my little... Okay, so long one is negative, short one is positive. Okay, so connector is here. Let's go with these ones tie back that way. Negative was on the outside. No, that's positive. Negative. Come on. Come on. I wonder if these ones are actually too big for these pins. No, they look fine. Work. There we go. And there we go. Okay. So now I should be able to more easily. I do not want to sploosh water all over my GPU. So how am I going to do this without splooshing water all over my GPU? And I got it backwards again. Did get it backwards. Okay. So let's put this. Put that there. Oh. Okay, this is really exciting, all happening off screen. The problem is that there is no water in there to prime it with. So, go like these. Fire. These. You know what? That's what I should do. I thought about grounding that earlier and then I didn't. And here's what I'm going to do. So, if I grab these right here, then I should be able to draw water in and douche water. Okay. Ooh, do not touch it with my wet hands. Come on. Think, 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 think. I need something to separate this so that I do not maybe you know what, maybe I'll do that. Work. See if this will work actually. Okay, so now I'm holding this up high to try and keep it from spilling. Let's see how this goes. Okay, now see if I can get it to pump some water now. So this one is the positive. This one is the negative. And it's definitely running, but it is not pumping any water. That could be one of two things. One is that is not the intake. Could be that I'm running it backwards, but I don't think it would let me run it backwards because it didn't do anything the other way. Put a little more water in there so that's not uncovered, and we're going to try this again. Okay, so which one is now I see water in that one. I see water in this one. Hold it up. It looks like the water is not really in there, so let's get a little bit more. Makes me wonder if this is actually the intake. So I'm just filling it with a syringe off camera because don't think I can do that on camera. Okay, so now I wonder if I turn it up a little. I think 5 volts is where it's supposed to be. That's like 4.5 volts. Damn. Okay. So it does not want to prime, that's for sure. But I think maybe it is priming. Because I think I'm slowly getting more water in there, so I think that's a good sign. Boom, boom. Oop. Filled a little bit. It's okay. Okay. Now, let's do that again. Yes. Getting some air. Okay. The hard part is I'm going to have to drain all this again. It's said and done. Oop. I'm getting air out of the other side here. You cannot see that on camera. Let's see if I can maybe push this all a little bit this way. Get the bubblies on camera. Yeah, see those bubblies? Getting some air out of the system. Okay. Come on. Sadly, I'm using like a 10 milliliter syringe here. This could take a bit. Okay. So now See what happens. I run it. Like it ought to be getting some prime going on. It's still not. And maybe it's all just leaking through. Could be the case. I mean, hard to say. With what visibility I have. Boom, boom, bada boom, boom. Boom, boom, bada dum, boom. Splooshed a little bit. I got too excited. How much this little loop can hold. Okay, let's see what happens. I don't see any flow going on. I do think this is my intake. If I logically think about the way that the pump is spinning inside of there, or at least what I think the pump is spinning inside there, I do think this is the intake. I wonder if I could... That would be way easier than all this. Connected to the radiator. That would be way easier. You know what? I should be using my resources here. Okay, so. Oh, it's got water. It's got water. Nope, and I have been filling it from the wrong side. Because the air is definitely coming out of this side now, which cannot be seen on camera. Okay, so this is the side that I have been filling up. Come on. It's definitely exhausting out of that side. And go up a little more. Okay, that's faster than it would run. Pretty sure it's a 5-volt pump, so. Okay. Yep, so that's my exhaust. The other one's the intake. Good to know. So finally, in the end, I figured it out. Took way more work than it should have, but I did figure it out. Okay, so that means, let's turn that off now. Hey, Mr. Nice Guy. So you missed much of it. It's already taking longer than I ever thought it would. Okay, not ever, but than I hoped it would. So let me pull this over now that I can mark which is which. I've been trying to figure out which one was exhaust and which was the intake side, because I don't want to, end up having my loop run against itself. So let's pull that over here. That's my distilled water for testing purposes. And I'm gonna get my GPU wet here. Okay, so I'm gonna pull it over here on camera and let you see. Okay, so this is the stock cooler, but the not stock hoses. And it looks like this is the exhaust and this is the intake, which means that the impeller in here is probably turning this way, which I swear is backwards of what fans turn. So that's interesting. But anyway, so this one's exhaust, which means that one will go to the radiator. Let's go ahead and drain this back out now that we know. So I'm going to drain it back out into here. I just spent like 10 minutes getting that water in there. But now I can let it go back out. And then I'm going to mark the exhaust port so that I know. And then I need to do the same on my CPU cooler as well to make sure I know which one. Although at this point, I think I will know because they're both Asetek coolers. So unless for some reason, and I doubt that would happen, I don't see any reason for it to, unless EVGA had them. No, it wasn't overheating, it was just loud. And so I've actually got, so my GPU here had a stock water cooler, and my CPU had an all-in-one, but the GPU had the smaller radiator and the CPU had the larger. So I got the crazy idea to combine the two loops and make one big one. So I'll show you that in just a second. Let me mark. I brought a paint marker to see if I can mark it with that. So we're going to go out, in. So here's what I did. So out and in. So now it is time to finish assembling this. Let's move the water out of the way. So no, it wasn't, I mean, my temperatures were actually really good. There was just a lot of fan noise. So I'm trying to reduce the fan noise, basically. Okay, so now I am going to loop this around like that. Use that as kind of a spacer, maybe. Maybe. Man, this tubing is a lot stiffer than the tubing that came off of it. So, anyway. There are those. Oh, and I need to reconnect this. So this is actually, let's see if I can show this. So this is the joint connector. This goes to the board, and then this is to drive the VRM fan. So I'm going to go ahead and reconnect this. Yeah, that's fine. And then it has a little thingy here that it was underneath. No, in fact, I mean, my GPU never got above 60 degrees. I should start a business building PCs. I don't know, probably doesn't pay well enough to replace the day job. So, of course. There we go. Okay, so I could just be the next Jay's 2 cents. No, I'm not going to be the next Jay's 2 cents. Okay, so this is actually, so this is what drives the fans and the stock configuration, which I don't actually use, but we'll go ahead and run it out. And okay, so then there's the back plate, and then right here we've got this little power connector for the LED that we have to connect, which interestingly, for whatever reason, it's got 2 connectors, and on the board right here, this one says LED controller. So I don't know if that means like you could run this to a separate LED controller. I don't see anywhere on here that has an LED controller to run to it. So, but I have tried in the past to like, you're supposed to be able to configure what color that LED right here is. And I've tried to configure it and it hasn't worked. So I don't know if that's because that LED controller isn't connected on this board or on this card. I'm not sure. I've got to get this connected right here. Yeah, so the GPU fans, well, the GPU radiator fans, were running at about 1800 RPM, and they used to be running at 2200, and I decided I was okay with them going a little higher on the water temperature, which slowed them down, but it was still louder than I would have liked, so I'm hoping that I can bring them down to, I don't know, 1500 or less with this modification. Oh, I almost forgot. There's a little rubber grommet that goes in right there. Like surgery, exactly. I was going to say really expensive surgery, but I guess compared to, you know, people's lives, this GPU is pretty cheap. So I'm hoping that I already applied new thermal paste to it, which should help a little bit on thermals as well. Although, like I said, the thermals before weren't bad. It was just the noise. That probably goes right through the middle there. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how this fan cable gets out, and it must go through the middle right there. So that's the grommet that offsets that. I'm gonna end up getting water on my card, and I'm gonna really regret this. But the joys of water cooling. Well, not just, you know, default water cooling. Okay. Okay. What's going on? It doesn't seem to want to go that last little bit. Is there anything down in there that's in the way? Ah, yes, that is a problem. Okay, I did not think it was going to be a problem, but it is. So I had this cable run in the wrong place, and I assumed it wouldn't matter, but it does. So I've got to rerun this really quickly. So I'm running it underneath the hoses instead of above them. And oh, the other one is I probably ought to move that hose clamp around. That might also be problematic. So let's grab this. Like my super overkill channel locks, because that's what I had. Let's go a little bit farther around. Okay, now we'll bring this back over here. So, Mr. Nice Guy, at this point, I don't know if I'm going to be back together at 1 o'clock. Oh, yeah? I say, mine are all on the case right now, but that's all I run, so I'm glad that they are doing well for you. Okay, now let's pop this back together and see if it runs. Aha, and it fit right back together this time. Okay, so I've got right here exhaust and intake marked, which hopefully won't wipe off before I get to that point. But if it does, you know what? Let's do this really quickly in case it does. Where is something to write with? A writing utensil of some kind. So I'm going to write right here. And so I'm going to put GPU exhaust intake. That way, oh, that's off camera. Oh, no, it's not. So that way I've got a record of it. Yeah, at this point, it's what, 12 o'clock? Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be together in an hour. My wife's already been asking me, so how long is this going to take? I said, looks like a while still. So we'll see. Anyway, time to put some screws back in. I'm on the wrong bit size. So let's go one smaller. And it's not focusing. Come on, focus, camera. There we go. Okay. Anyway, I'm hoping when I do get around to playing that my noise levels will have gone down significantly, because that's what this is all about. So what are you up to today? Other than apparently not playing Insurgency with me because I won't be ready. Boom, boom, boom. Cool. Sounds like a good Saturday. That doesn't want to go in that spot. Maybe I'll come back to that then. Cool. You can go enjoy your time with the family. I will probably be at this for another couple of hours at this point. So we'll see. I'm probably going to take a lunch break, actually. So I was hoping to get the GPU back together. Maybe even get the CPU block installed before I take a lunch break, but we'll see. Yep, you too. See you, Mr. Nice Guy. There we go. Oh, you know what? These are for coarse threaded ones. I wonder where these ones go. Because they've got to be different. That's why they're coarse threaded. I did not make note of where they came from. No, not that one. Which ones look different? Any of them? Bueller? That one is different. Okay. That fit well. Oh, come on. Focus. Focus. Come on. There we go. Let's see if this one wants to go in. It does. Okay. No, that one is not coarse. That one's not coarse. Maybe this one over here should have been coarse. That one fits. I bet it's this one right here. One that's in there feels a little bit off anyway. Oh, here's another coarse one. Okay. I don't know, is it? Doesn't feel like it's this one. Doesn't feel like it's that one. Could be that one. There we go. Okay. So I think I found the ones that were different. Maybe not, because that one feels different. Okay. Maybe it was these four right here, which would make sense. Those are different since they're the only four. No. Okay. Actually, these, I'm getting it completely backwards. All the rest are the same except these four. There we go. Okay. That's what I get for not making note, not having a Gamer's Nexus GPU mat to put out my screws on. Okay. Okay. Let's put this one over here again. And then this one will go down here. Come on. Okay. Are there different ones here too? Okay. I definitely got some mixed up. I should have paid more attention. There we go. That one can go there. And this one, let's see if it wants to go in. It does not. How does this one look? Is this one, that one's a big one. That one's a big one too. That one's big. That one's little. So that one could go there. Okay, and that's back together now. Now the back plate. Where did I put that back plate? Okay. So now we will go like these, and I should have done the back plate before these two screws, which makes sense. These two screws up top also attach to the back plate. So let's lay this back down, grab these two screws out. Those go in the middle there? They do go in the middle there. I was trying to force them. Okay. Do they? No, they've got to go over it. Maybe? Come on. Yeah, that must go inside there. There we go. Okay. Okay, now let's go here. Please don't lose the screws down inside. That would be super sad. So these little holes right here is what the blower style VRM cooler have to exhaust out of, which is plenty for what it does. Watched an interesting video from actually hardcore overclocking the other, yesterday or the day before, talking about why blower coolers suck. It was actually really informative, but for something as small as these VRMs, that's okay. No, it is that size. Because the VRMs themselves, which is all that the blower portion is cooling, just don't put off that much heat. So they don't have to have an amazing cooling method. Also, it's not a blower cooler in the traditional sense, although it does end up exhausting out there. Okay, so GPU is back together with the new hoses. So I'm going to set that aside now. I think so. I think at this point it is time for lunch. I'll come back after lunch and I will get this finished up, hopefully put it in the case. Oh, I was gonna test that with the CPU as well. You know what, let's do that before lunch. Because in case my distilled water ends up getting gunk in it, I don't want to mess that up. So let's go ahead and go there. Okay. Let's actually get this turned on to 5 volts again. Turn it off. Okay. So now, okay. Now the reality is, I think I know which one is the exhaust and the intake this time. Unlike last time, I had no clue. So let's get my janky pins in. So this one, yeah, this one should be negative, and this one should be positive. Right there. Okay. No, I could totally do that, huh? If I were to wrap this around here, then we would be way better off. And then if I were to wrap, do the same on the other side. Okay, so now I get those backwards. Oh, I totally have it backwards because that should be over there. All right, I have the pins backwards. Okay, so now I am pretty sure that based on the last one, and these are both Asetek coolers, that this one is exhaust and the other one is the intake. So I am going to put this down in here. Let's see if I can fix that loop a little bit so that it loops a little less. I'm just trying to straighten it out here and see if I can get it to have a lower radius. And then let's see if we can separate these again and maybe get the radius that we need out of them. Okay, so now let's see if I do it in the right order this time. Oh. We'll just squirt some water down in here until I see it start coming out over there. See air coming out currently, but no water. Get back down in there. Oh, get down in there. You know what? I wonder if I could. If I had a bigger clamp with me. Okay, we'll just do that. Let's see if we can get this up a little higher and on camera. That would be beneficial, huh? Okay. We're going to just put that in the water now and see if maybe we've got enough in there to get a I hear water going. It's a good sign. At least I hear water. I don't think I actually hear water going. So let's go with a little bit more. Oh, man, this is so... Okay. Let's see if we can then... Look at that. Oh, I did get the right. So this hose comes around and is the one that's now... Not quite enough water still. I wonder if I can get a little bit higher and get slow going. There we go. No, not really getting any flow still. Okay, still not primed. Okay, so this one still need to get some more water into it. Interesting that I can see water coming out over there, but it still doesn't act like it's primed. I wonder if I just go like these and put this up really high. Definitely hear some water. And there's some action, or I feel some action in the tubes. As if they're doing something. They don't seem to be. Okay. Okay, but this is my exhaust. Okay, well, I'm confident that I have the exhaust correct now. So I will mark that as exhaust, and this is intake, which coincides with what the other one was, which gives me even more confidence. Let's see if we can... Apparently there's not much to drain out of there currently. Oh, and see, I just twisted the wires around. You know what? That's what I should have done. Okay. Don't go in there, wires. Okay. So that gives me confidence in which direction stuff flows. So let's go ahead and dry this off. Oh, not the part that's written on. And then I think it's time for a lunch break. So I will be going for our lunch break, and I'll just put it on break for now. And then I will be back after lunch. wow, I said I'd come do lunch here and think about my build. So at this point, A, it's taking a lot longer than I thought it would, but that's normal. But B, I've got to figure out the best way to put it together. So I'm trying to decide whether I should install this bad boy. Probably ought to go drain it and get the temporary hoses off of it because it's holding, and the method I chose to hang it seems to be fine. I was also thinking about camera angles as I put it back together. And it'll probably be better from a water flow perspective to build it on its side. So I probably need to re-aim my overhead camera as a side camera. So I'm going to have to figure out how I want to do that. I wonder if I could actually aim it over here. Maybe turn the light. I think it would be better if I brought it over here. Okay, something like that. Maybe. Man, does that look janky? But if it works, it works. So, oops, and my camera fell. I think it's not an expensive camera. Let's see if we can like get it closer up. See if I can get this to clamp on there. No. Something like that, maybe. How does that even look? It's mostly straight. But I think I'm gonna have to bring this down. That. Maybe something like that. Maybe that'll work. Okay. So let's rearrange things a little bit. Eat a little more lunch. I'm not sure where my little tweezer cover is. I will need this at some point. I no longer need these hoses, so I'm going to get rid of them. I do need that hose because that's my future connector. So let's get rid of all these. So I'm not just messing things up. Go ahead and put this away because I shouldn't need this anymore. The GPU is back together, so that should be unnecessary. I'm going to turn that off for now. because that is way overexposing that camera. Okay. So put that, actually we'll put that right here. Let's see, what else do we need? I'm still gonna need the power leads. I do not need these anymore because there are no more in there the right size. I shouldn't need these. I don't need that. Although at some point I will need the cutting knot. I shouldn't need this. Okay. I'm going to drain this. I will be back. Channel locks. Okay, I'm back. I now have a drained radiator right here. The hose, now this hose I'm actually going to use, so I have this, okay. Is that backwards? That's backwards, isn't it? No, it's right, okay. So I'm gonna actually put this hose onto there and use it to fill with when I get to that point. So go ahead and pull these off. And then I will get this onto here and put this away for now. I don't think I need it anymore. There, not on there, so when it comes to that point I don't forget it. For that last connector, and well, that's probably it. All right. Okay. That should work fairly well, I think. Is it perfect? No, it's far from perfect. And I'm sure that I will block as much as I shall, but I'll go ahead and get some of this in place. So, first off, it's going to be this radiator, which will go right back here where it was before. Before we get started, let's just do this to make sure that we don't end up with water where we don't want it. Okay. So, need this. Did I put away my screwdriver? Did. What size are these? Probably this. Are they 2s or 1s? Apparently there are 2. Okay. Okay, so looks like this one was probably the top one before. Let's go ahead and put a screw through it. And this was the top one. Because I had the Silent Wing 3s on top. Push out the air if need be, since they were the faster ones. Okay, let's try this again. Get you down here. Come on. This is the hardest part, is getting the first one in. Okay, now we've got one in. The other should go a lot more easily. Let's go this one. Okay, actually loosen that a bit, because it needs to go higher. It looks to be as high as it can go. Okay, and then I will shove this temperature probe down here. I purposely have it between the fans so that the airflow isn't affecting the temperature readout. I think I'll get a more accurate measurement that way. I could be wrong. Come on. Here. Okay, there we go. Now, another bite of my tostada. Okay. Oh, I didn't actually need rubber ones on that one. These ones flow opposite, huh? Okay, good to know. I hope that the other ones don't. I'm actually putting it in backwards. There we go. Okay, I'm actually going to pull one of these because they don't need a rubber O-ring on them. They already have rubber on there built into them, so Okay. And then let's go ahead and do one of these. That's a rubber. This one is not. Is there another one that does not have rubber O-ring on it? Rubber gasket. No? Okay. So these ones, make sure I'm doing it right. Oh man. Really? So I put this guy on wrong. Let's scoot this back a bit. Can't really see what I'm doing anyway. Oh. So I just realized that I put this fan on here wrong. Never mind. Yes. That guy hasn't been on there for a while now. I swear I had it the other way before. Okay. There's a light. Yeah, I may have had that on backwards, which would definitely be affecting cooling performance. Well, I don't think it would have been enough to solve the source of my problems. It would have affected them for sure. Okay, put that on there. Put that on there. Okay. Now I will add some more screws onto those as I go along, depending on how many I end up with. Okay. Now, turn this way a bit. And I am ruckus. I'm combining my two water loops. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Did it just flip upside down? Am I imagining things? Did just flip upside down. See, flip vertical. Oh, gotcha. That's why I had it that way. That makes sense. Cool. Well, I have been going for about 4 hours now, trying to get this going. And now I have thoroughly messed up my layout. There we go. We'll do something like that. There we go. Okay. Anyway, so I've been about 4 hours. In fact, I'll put it on camera here. So this is my EVGA water cooler with the new custom hosing on it. And then I've got my 1080 Ti, and it is flipped horizontally. Let me flip this really quickly. Transform, flip horizontal, and then we'll drag this over here like that. So if we look here, it's my 1080 Ti, and I've got custom hosing. Maybe Ruckus, we'll have to see how it goes. Mr. Nice Guy also has Insurgency now. And so I was looking at maybe getting together a game with him as well. We were originally going to play About Now, actually an hour ago. But I'm not done yet, so I couldn't do that. But yeah, he got it. He's had it now for a day or something like that. I don't think he's actually played it yet. But I thought about getting together with him and playing it as well. So I'm hoping that my noise will go down significantly once I get this put back together. Oh yeah, good deal. Well, I am off tomorrow as well. I am also off today, although when I started this morning, I got a message from a coworker that there were some issues at work, so I was helping her. She's the on-call tech, so I was via text helping her work things out just a little bit, but I was afraid it was going to take more than that, especially because I don't have a working desktop, so that would have been really bad. I could get on using the laptop that I'm currently using to stream, but it's less than ideal. I much prefer to use my desktop. Anyway, so I was of limited help to her, but I did try. I'm adding another non-rubberized washer to this one before I put it on. Okay, so let's put that here. And then we're going to go do actually this spot. So I don't know if I'm going to end up streaming a game or playing a game tonight or what the case is, but I will get back to you on whether I'm available for that. Again, it's partially whether the computer's put back together, but I actually do have faith that I'll have that done. But depending on how family life's going at that point, I may or may not be able to join. So, let's see, this one needs to go this way. Oh, except like that. So, I guess you've been at that, what, like a week and a half now? How's that doing? I mean, I always understand being glad you have time off, because I'm totally in that camp. Even though I don't dislike my job, I still like my time off more than I like my job, so come on. You'll have to do the thing first. Okay. Sorry, my camera is very wobbly because this is like, you know, a cheap folding table that I'm building on, so I should have set up to do it on my rear desk, which is super stable, but I did not. I thought it would be easier to set up here. In the end, with all the work I had to do, I don't think it would have made much of a difference, but it's already set up here, so I'm not changing it. Okay. So we've got some fans there. I got the barbs on the bottom. Now the other radiator, so this is what was originally the GPU radiator. It's just a single 120, 25 millimeters thick. This is now going to become, well, still basically the GPU radiator, but it's actually a combined now, but it's the one located at the back still. So location won't change, but function will. Still seems to be a little bit wet from when I washed it out. Yep. Wonder if I ought to go blow it out. That's going to be hanging over my GPU. I don't want it dripping down on there. I'm going to be back. I'm actually going to go blow this out with my air hose. I will be back. You may be gone when I get back. Okay, see you later, Ruckus, if it's not too late. Oh, I'm still on the... Oh, wrong one. Let's try this. There we go. Okay, well, have a good time, Ruckus. Let me know, or maybe I'll just let you know if later works for me. We'll communicate later. Whatever the case. Okay, so now I'm gonna mount this other radiator back here. So I'm going to rotate this. So the easiest, let's see, to start with, I need this one, and I think it's going to be blowing the same direction. Okay, so it's going to go like these. Let's see, I'm actually going to turn this because what's visible is going to be right there anyway, and that makes it a lot easier for me to do it. There's the little rubber cover thing I was wondering about before. Over there. Okay. Screw 2. Oh, this is a 120. I'm using the 140 holes. Those are not going to line up. I only wish it were a 140, but it is not. Okay, grab that now. Let's get that in there. And then okay, so I'm going to do that really quickly. that. Okay. So there we go. Let's see, that one is metal. Do I have a rubber one I can add onto it? I do. Oop. Oh. And that's so wobbly. Okay. Oh, wrong hole. Okay. Now, back inside. So got this fan, which is going to go there as well. And it needs to go this way. So I will put it that, keep the fan as much, cable as much out of the way as possible. Let's go ahead and throw that. There. And then this one. Right there. And then this one. No, I actually want this. This one right here. Okay, now I've got some choices to make. I'm about out of screws. I have 3 of these left. So I have probably on the big fans here. Let's go one here. One here. I've already got 3 per fan in there, huh? I don't need them there. That gives 3. 3. Okay, we'll go with this one then. Okay, so that gets my radiators and fans in place. Okay, so I think it's time to put the CPU block in before I go any farther. I might even regret not having done it sooner. Okay. I definitely don't want to get more stuff in there before I do it. So I was planning on, oh, look at that, it even lines up. So I would like to have the intake over here, which I do, and the exhaust. So I need to put some thermal paste on and then apply that. So now's where everybody gets to comment on thermal paste application, because that's what everybody does when you build a computer. So let's go ahead and we're going to go there, there. And I totally left a string coming off. And we got another string. Okay, that was bad. So we're going to just wipe these away. And of course I missed. Wiping with the wrong angle. Okay, there we go. The cryonaut back in it. Come on, back in its bag. And then, oh, the nice thing is you can't actually see that application on camera because it's too dark. You can see it briefly when I change the light. Anyway, thermal paste is on there. And then time to grab one of these. And we're going to put it in there so that the EVGA logo is correct. Which, in reality, I care a lot more about whether the flow is correct, which it is, So I get to have my cake and eat it too. Look at that. Man, these tubes are not the nicest in the world to work with. These are bend radius. Far from ideal. Come on. These. That started. That started. Now for the top ones, hoping that my whoops, I'm hoping that my hoses are actually long enough. Looking at how little they bend, I'm maybe wishing that I put longer hoses on them, but they have pretty short runs, so I think I'll be okay in the end. They are far from the most flexible hosing I could have purchased. So, lesson learned, I guess. Okay. There we go. There we go. There we go. That one a lot tighter. That one's basically tight. Okay. Good deal. I'm actually really happy with how that turned out. So, what we need to do, the exhaust is going to run actually just right down to there, which means that run is going to be super simple. Awesome. Okay, so let's grab the channel locks. Let's move them up here somewhere. And then we are going to cut this one something like that. Do not cut too short. Do not cut too short. There we go. I had a lot of extra on that one. And I think I cut it too short. We'll see though. I think I'll be okay. I should have made it just a little bit longer though. Well, should have made that one a little longer. Another half an inch, another couple centimeters would have made a huge difference. I should have measured twice, huh? Well, okay. So now, what I need to do, the hard part is that if this doesn't work out, it's going to be really hard to fix. I'm going to have to take that block back apart. Okay. So this is the intake on this block. If I put this, oh, I was going to put it down here actually. I put this down here. I go something like, let's do that. Now I'm going to put this one on there. Oh, this is the intake. Oh, no. Let's just do this. I've got a heat gun right here. Okay. That's a loud noise right by the microphone. But it worked. Look at that. So where'd my channel locks go? Oh, they're right here. I need them? Alright, can I just do these with my finger? I'm actually gonna spin this around where that's kind of hidden by that. So I'm gonna do this because for this filling purposes, I can totally do this. Okay, so now get that full, hang it up there like it needs to be. I'm actually going to hang it higher, make sure it's above. Okay, now it's time for actual coolant. I'm not messing around this time. So let's put this on here for now. Just a little bit. I'm going to rotate it up here. Okay. So I'm using actual EK cryo fuel now, not just distilled water like I was using before to test the loop. Oh, that goes in its lid. Stay in there. And then we've got, what is this? Okay. Now, let's pour it into my fill bottle. Get the lid back on. Interesting smell. Not overly chemical in nature, but interesting. Okay, now I'm going to put this on here. Okay, so now we're going to have our moment of truth. I am about to lose that. Let's just twist this while we can. There we go. Oh. Scoot it back a little. That can be seen on camera. And I am just squeezing some cryo fuel in there.
Now, because the level is not rising, I assume it's running down into the water block. Oop. I leaked a little bit over here. That's a good sign. Now the question is, how do I test that though? I need my cryo fuel that I can put it back into. And I have stuff flowing back in. So I am full up. Okay. So now it's time to not lose that. Okay, so I think before I put the GPU in, I'm actually going to put in, or connect that up. So we're going to go, we're actually going to bring this down lower. I'm not forcing liquid that way. Oh. And I hope I didn't just do that exactly backwards. That would really suck. No, that's right. Okay. So this is going to be the intake, and that's going to be the exhaust. Okay, no, I can't hook it up before I put it in. So I'm not going to worry about powering it because, well, you know, we're not connected to power anyway. There we go. And then, let's see, which one's intake? That's intake. So these are going to be crossed. But you know what? That's okay. Okay. So if I put this, something like that, I'm going to cut it like right here. Okay, so now I'm going to, let's get some paper towels in here. I'm pretty sure I'm going to lose a little bit right here. And yeah, that's good. You know what? I'm going to heat that up first. It's too hot for my hand. It's probably too hot for the tube, so I'm like super overexposed on there. I get for having a light right in my face though. Okay. So ignore the fan noise for a moment. Let's go ahead and lock that. Get that and squeeze it on there. There we go. Okay. Now just slide this up and on. Okay, so now let's go ahead and connect this up here again. And then I am going to run this tube back into the cryo fuel can or jar or not really jar, container. Container works. Okay, so we're gonna okay, now I'm just going to squeeze some in until I start to see some come through the GPU, like right there. Okay, now the GPU needs to run over to here, which means that I need to run about, let's see, about this length. Come on, that was really loud. Okay. Let's cut it about right here. Oops. And I just got that on what's left of my food. Because I'm not eating that, huh? That was not such a great plan. So let's put some. Oh, you know what? I need to bring this down. Because otherwise it's going to continue to force through there. This is definitely not food. Oh, you know what? I'm going to warm it up first. Let's warm it up first. Because even a little bit of heat seems to make a lot of difference in how easily that goes on. Okay. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay. That is a little longer than I'd hoped, but at least I'm not putting any strain on it. It'll be totally okay. There we go. Okay, now the last connector. Where did I put that one? The reality is that I could probably use one of these right here and do just fine. Let's actually look at the longer of these two and do just that. Okay, so if I put this one on there and I put this up high, one of the things is I do want to be able to pull that out. It shouldn't be a problem. Okay, so where is my... Okay, you know what, we're just going to use the one that I cut for it. Those can go away. We've got so much tube, so little to use it on at this point. So we will warm this up. Actually, gonna warm up. I guess I don't need to warm up both of them because it's not gonna go on both of them. So okay, that should be enough. It goes on so much smoother. Just a little bit of heat. Okay, now we're going to take this up to here, but I also want it to be able to come out here if I need to fill it or something. Like that. So I need it to be something like this long. Not a whole lot shorter than it already is. By far the longest run. Okay. Let's get this down just a little bit. Let's warm it up. Alright, so I'll pull this off. Push this on. And now I'll put this like that. And now I will put this probably pretty much in its final resting place actually. Interestingly, looks like its final resting place is going to have to be higher up because it doesn't even sit in that spot. But it's going to have to be up there. Okay, so now let's pull this out and let's do some filling. So I'm going to try and keep this up high. And gonna fall okay. Okay, let's go like this. I'm gonna put a little tube on here. Okay. Wipe that down a bit. I think it's time to run a pump and see what happens. Let's hang that up here. And now I need to get my two little janky power connectors. And I got my motherboard. Do this. Okay. So, got my motherboard connector right here. So let's see, this one, let's see if I'm looking at it this way. The middle one is positive. And where'd that one go? Oh, just use this, maybe. Okay, I got negative and I got positive. Let's see if I can get those over there. I do not seem to be able to. I'm gonna have to turn this. Okay, so red goes on to the coily one. Red goes on to the coily one. Come on. Good. So now, that. And then this guy going to go onto the negative. Nope. Let's bring this up a little bit. Actually, no, I don't think this will be this. And I accidentally turned that on. Okay. Do I not have it somewhere? Apparently I do not have it somewhere. So, I have to see if I can find. Nope. And that was not good. Just fell into a bin of distilled water. At least it's distilled, I guess. Oh, you know what? I should do this. Okay. Come on. Think it through. Doesn't have to come out the back. It can come out the front. Okay. So there. And then there we go. Maybe if I go there, something like that. Well, apparently got something wrong because that didn't do anything. It's because I've got it backwards. I keep doing that. Keep looking at it from the wrong direction. And I'm figuring out what's what. Okay. This one is to go on this side. Children, do not try this at home. And then this one, I'm going to go okay, let's try that now. Yeah. I got noise out of the pump. I don't seem to have much in the way of moving water. Tells me that it's not priming well. Maybe if I get it up just a little bit higher. Seems to not be pulling any liquid through. Did I sure hope I didn't hook those up backwards. I think I did. I think I had those going backwards. I'm gonna have to stop the recording and go back and look at it, because I think that's actually what's going on. Okay, let's just stop recording. Keep the stream going for now. And go to folder. This PC, videos. Okay, let's see. Pretty cool. So imagine about that. Okay, so I did that before. Come on, there's my call. Let's see, that's the EVGA pump. Okay, well, according to what I decided earlier, I have those connected correctly. So, either I was wrong, or it's just not priming, which either of those could be the case. So let's see if we can. See, I think I'm running backwards. Maybe not, though. There's some air coming now. Good sign. I have no idea whether water is flowing through there, though. Oh, I definitely had some water come out for a second, but that might have just been because I did. Ooh, that sounds promising. Air water. Ooh, that sounds very promising. Bring water out. Okay, now I'll put this up like this. Maybe I can start to tell how much flow I'm getting. Okay, so you can't hear this, but there is definitely water noise coming from the pump now. Speeding up just a little to see if I can flow going. Maybe that's a Okay, I'm gonna let that run for a minute, and I want to just double check my fan pump header setting. Okay, I was going to look up. Currently, and okay, so now should be that angle that should be negative and positive. That should be okay. I'm still not really getting flow though, so I can hear water noise, but I'm not really getting flow unless it's flowing backwards. So actually, if that's safe, let's see if it's flowing backwards. Nope, definitely going the other way. I've never done this part before, so never done any of this before. Tempted to start up get the GPU connector. Oh, except that I don't have control over that one. Unless I were to take it separately. I mean, it could just be filling up the loop, but I feel like there would be a drop in water. Now, there has been some sort of a drop. Okay, so I'm just going to let it sit for a bit and then see if I turn on the pump, what I see. See nothing. That's a good sign. Like I should see something. It's been running for quite a while. Okay. What if I add a little more? Does that make any difference? Would you make it harder to tell what's going on? Oh. Okay, well, hose is going away then. Never have I had so much water so close to a computer. Especially and been okay with it. Okay. If it were really pumping, that should be pretty obvious. Oh, I'm getting some air. Okay. Keep bumping that. I'm gonna go low, and then I think that I broke something. All I did was bump my power connector. Okay. Oh, no. No way is that coming loose. Okay. I really wonder if I have that backwards. I think so. Not working. Okay, so this one is that way. Right. At this point, I don't know. we are going to go to here. Properties. Configure video. I'm going to turn exposure down one. More like that. Okay. Now, okay, that looks better. Okay. Boop. Totally going too far over. Okay. A little that way. Ooh, that was scary. Okay, so I might just have to end here shortly because I'm really not sure what else I need to do. Let's see. Still no water coming out of that. But there is air coming out. I wonder if I need to actually. That might be a good sign. That might be a good sign. Not sure though. I still don't feel like the water level is going down, which the water level ought to be going down. I'm actually drawing water out of it. I mean, it's going down some. Let's see if I turn. Oh, it is going down some now. I wonder if it finally got primed. That's a good sign. That's actually a really good sign. And it's not sounding so loud either. Makes me think it might actually be primed and flowing some liquid. Clean this out. I think I'm finally getting there. Definitely more water in the loop. Adele. I wonder if. You know what? I wonder if my voltage is just too low, so I'm not getting enough. No, I probably am because this is all saying 12 volts. There we go. I just didn't have the voltage high enough. It's a 12 volt pump, and I'm running it at 5 volts and wondering why it's not moving anything. There we go. That is way better. Rookie mistake. Rookie mistake. Definitely my first water loop. Okay, I don't think you can see this, but there's actually some water flow going now. Man, that is some. Just a second, I'm gonna my video here because I look like I'm dropping a ton of frame. Hello. Okay. So, no wonder I wasn't getting anything out of that. I was running 12-volt stuff at 5 volts. Oops. What did I do? Okay, I'm actually going to turn that down just a bit. Okay. I can definitely hear that. Oops. I wonder if it's actually getting to the GPU and then just not going any farther. It's time to actually connect more. I think it should be able to get past it, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Well, I think that it's time to go beyond my low power supply here and be ready on the other. Okay. So let's see how this goes. Okay, CPU fan is right here. Goes top. I should have a USB cable here somewhere. Remove that. Okay, so pull this over the back. Now, let's go ahead and get my GPU power put in. Probably won't post without it. Which I plan to just go into BIOS. So let's actually might actually use this screen, which means I'm not going to be able to use it for what I'm currently using it for. Okay, so let's go ahead and get a power cord. I'm just going to turn it on. Undo that one from the massive cleaner. There we go. Oh, do it. Okay, maybe I don't have that one. Steel. Nope, I don't. Okay. So we'll just have to. Now, power cord, and can I unplug? I can plug that. Which that's where I have a power cord. That's way easier. Okay. My soldering station has a power cord. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and get that plugged in. Definitely heard some stuff. Yeah. Okay, that's way louder than it was a moment ago, though. But it's definitely flowing now. Got some bubbles in there, so I don't think you can see that with me in the way at all. Let's see if I can maybe move this in a little bit. So there's definitely some flow in there now. I'm gonna go ahead and it's quieting down as the water gets out of the loop. This is not nearly as clear as the stuff I had in it was. But it's probably booted all the way into Windows already. I like the look of that. Throw that up there. And we're going to see if I need to. Yeah, it's quieted way down. Now that it's got the air out of the system. Or at least most of it. So if I rock it a little bit this way. That way. Huh. Well, in the end, I think it was successful. I'm not super happy with the color of this liquid, but in the end, I have to keep telling myself it's a closed system, so that doesn't really matter all that much. I bought clear liquid, which it's not going to end up clear because I didn't flush well enough, but that's okay in the end. So I'm interested to see what it looks like. So I'm gonna, my guess is it's already booted in Windows, so I'm gonna steal my extra cable here and connect there. Come on. And that turned off. So either that's not getting signal, it's not picking it up as a screen. Oops. Distilled water. Okay. And we have a boot screen, or we have a Windows screen really. message I probably need to check. I was going to throw a keyboard on there so I can test it. I am going to be right back with a temporary keyboard. Never mind. I had one here. I didn't have to go anywhere. So, let's go ahead and boot it up. Oh, I didn't put the temperature probe in on the that temperature probe. Where is that temperature probe? Okay, so let's get this temperature probe, shove it in the fans. Actually, let's put it right here into the top. Okay, so let's go ahead and log in. And let's see what my temperatures look like. Where's the receiver for that? It is right here. Okay. So let's see, 8 o'clock or 8:30, almost 6 hours. A lot longer than I initially thought it was going to. But I also thought I might be way off on my time frame. So, okay. So, package. So the CPU is at 28 Celsius. Looks great. GPU is at 18 Celsius. That's cooler than it's been ever, I think. And then fans are currently at 700. Man. Okay, 6 hours later, totally worth it. You're gonna have to do some stress tests here. And in fact, let's go ahead and do that. So if we go, let's just run Valley real quick. Run that. GPU radiator says at 22 degrees. CPU radiator, which I'm going to have to rename these, says also at 21 degrees. Seems like pretty accurate if they both read the same. Valley is now running. The GPU is at 25 degrees Celsius, under 100% load. That's phenomenal. Let's give it a little burn in time. But that does tell me that I got good contact. Let me actually pull up EVGA's so I can see if the memory or anything is hot as well. So let's look at Precision X1. Yes. Okay. Don't want fan speeds. I want temperatures. Come on, give me temperatures. Where are my temperatures? ICX, right here. Okay. Man, look at that. 29 on the GPU, 41 on the hottest memory, 42 on the power. And my VRM fan isn't even spinning yet. Sadly, I can't show this because I'm not streaming off of this, but I am super happy with the result. Super happy. It was super effective. Sean did a water modification, and it was super effective. I'm going to fill this radiator up a little bit more because I've still got some air in the top, and I'm sure I've still got some air in the system. That's plenty. Okay, so let's go here. I still hear every once in a while an air bubble come through, and the fans make more noise during that time. Or not the fans, the pumps. I'm going to fill that up literally as high as I can currently, and then I can easily tell if I lose a lot of air in the system. Okay, so my GPU is up to 34 degrees, with my water temp currently at like 30. Okay, so I'm gonna actually, let's cap that. I'm gonna see if I can move this around a little bit and maybe free up some air bubbles. Definitely got one there. Or at least the pump made more noise. Maybe that doesn't mean I got an air bubble. Wow. I'm happy. It's not the most beautiful, and I'm like not even, oh no, never mind, I'm on it. Let's turn that down one. Rio properties, configure camera. Oh, the problem is that it's shining off that EVGA logo. That's not something that I can fix. Oh, I can exit that. It's my video from earlier when I was reviewing. I was afraid for a moment there that I had sent the wrong one. Okay, come on, right click. That's doable, I guess. Okay, anyway, so here's what I want to be able to show. And I can't. I just can't. Actually, I guess I can here, huh? Okay, let's show it here. That'll work. So, there is my, let's see. So here is my GPU temperature, currently sitting at 38 degrees. Fans are at 712. The radiator is at 34 degrees. Like 700 degrees across the board. That is way better and way quieter than it ever was before. I'm going to move this because it's just in the way now. Let's pull these out. Come on. Move that out of the way. Okay, so I think it's time to actually cycle this over and put it back where it belongs. So, with that in mind, where's my mouse? Let's go ahead and, oh, actually, I want, we'll just exit that, exit that. Oh, I'm loving those temperatures. The memory did get up to 55 on that one. So I still need to do a full burn-in to figure out, what are my end temperatures going to be. But they are definitely much better. Because the reality is previously the CPU temperatures were great. They were phenomenal. The GPU temperatures were not. And so that's where the real problem came in. Okay. Well, 6 hours later, I was hoping for a 4-hour build. It took about half again as long, but very doable in the end. I'm a little not so happy with this one right here. I feel like it's a little short. I should have gone longer on that because I'm going to wish that I had. I think it'll probably be okay, but really it's only marginally on that barb. So if I end up with any problems, that's where it's going to be. So what I want to do for now is I'm actually going to throw this under right here. And then I'm going to throw this under right here. And then I will check them later to see if there has been any leakage. Okay, so I do like the radiator up this high. So I am going to take this off and put this. Nice thing is, in the end, the hoses can hold the radiator. I have to. And it sounds like my kids are losing it out there, and it's probably time to be done anyway. So, is this the best water looking water loop out there? No, far from it. But it is definitely functional. Okay, I think we're probably good there. So I will pop this side back on. Hey Charlie, just a second. Okay, I am ready to call it. It's been a much longer stream than I initially thought it would be, but it's back together. I'm going to set it up and I'll do some testing later. But it was a really good experience. I'm glad I did it, and I think I'm going to be super happy with the end result. Until next time.